men speaking in the city square, trying to tell somebody that he cares. Can you blame the voice of youth for asking what is true? Yeah, the ones that you're calling wild are gonna be the leaders in a little while, when will the lonely voice of youth cry what is true? This our world's waking to a newborn babe, and I solemnly swear it'll be their way. You better help that voice of youth find what is true. And the lonely voice of youth cries, what is true?
All right. Welcome, everybody. I hope everyone had a wonderful Easter. I had an Easter. Indeed, I did. New England is insane, and everybody there has gone nuts. And that's all you need to know about that. Whole section of the country lost. And I started my Substack today, which I kind of needed to do to some extent to do this, weirdly. We're doing a new format. So my notes are 12 lines of text. We're using bullet items. Things are quiet in the world, actually. Everything's quieted down. That is a trick. Nothing has gotten better. So I'm in New England. It's 86 degrees. 7 days earlier, it had snowed. Just completely bonkers. I'm in my city that I formerly lived in Marlborough, Massachusetts, and they put a floating deck along the lake, along half the lake. I was like, whoa, had to check it out. Beautiful day for it. Some lovely pictures. Spent some time with friends. That was great. Spent some time with family. So there's that. And yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people, the revealing is here, right? A lot of people are revealing either the limits of their little worldviews, or the problems with their systems, or the problems with their solutions, or the fact that their proposed solutions have been implemented and haven't worked, right? And that's going to continue. That's just going to accelerate. That's what's going to happen there. It's going to accelerate. Just to let you know, that's the thing. So, once you sort of understand that, it's buckle up, kids. Like that's buckle up. It's going to be more, not less. So just be aware of that. Like don't get surprised by the lull in we'll say activity. And look, we're going to be talking about the propositional tyranny today. John Vervaeke's wonderful term, sort of throwaway term, actually. That was dead on, and I couldn't. I mean, in some sense, it's also completely wrong. In another sense, and I couldn't for the longest time work it out. It took like a year and a half for me to figure out this is right, but this is wrong, and how. And so, I worked on it for quite a while and tried to. Oh, I gotta adjust this camera; it's driving me nuts. I don't have OCD or anything. And so, I figured it out, and that sort of led us down the path of the Age of Gnosis, which is what the article's about. And the point of it's not that there isn't a propositional tyranny, or rather many propositional tyrannies. That's where it's wrong. There's not one. It's the tyranny of propositions. Where does that come from? Right? Like, why would that be the case? That's we'll say the more interesting part of this. Why is it every time I adjust this camera, it's not staying adjusted? There we go. That's a little bit better. I think I can live with that now. I get too much stuff done today, so now my OCD is tweaking out, no doubt, which is unusual. But look, I'm here to talk about this. I have my Sampel. I hope you have yours as well, because you're going to need it. And of course, I have a Muppet cup. If you don't have a Muppet cup, you really should get one at the store. There should be a link for the store in the description. You got to get a Muppet cup. You're going to need the Muppet cup reminder often coming up. Because once you realize that you're a Muppet, you can realize that all the people you're listening to are also Muppets. And I got some peppermint tea here. I'm going to go to Table Rock, I think, this weekend. So hopefully this weekend we'll get some more Table Rock tea, and we'll be able to continue with good high quality South Carolina grown right here in the U.S. tea. All right, we've got our nice prophetic Bed of Procrustes Nassim Taleb aphorisms book. We're going to try to find a random aphorism here, and they always seem relevant. I mean, they're aphorisms. They should be. I suspect that IQ, SAT, and school grades are tests designed by nerds so they can get high scores in order to call each other intelligent. That is true. And it's got a little asterisk here, so we'll read that. Smart and wise people who score low on IQ tests, or patently intellectually defensive ones, like former US President George W. Bush, who scored high on them, 130, are testing the test and not the reverse. Well, there you go. That is correct. As usual, Nassim Taleb, dead on. Unfortunately, I think he suffers from TDS, as many people do. And everyone's kind of losing their minds over weird things. One other thing to watch out for is Jonathan Peugeot said this first, and I'm grateful that he said it before I did, because then I can say, haha, you said it first. I'm just copying you. We're living in the myth of World War II. If you believe there was a World War II, you are so caught in that myth, you have no idea. And boy, is that a myth. There's no such thing as World War II, my friends. The continuation of the Great War after the break is not a second war at all. That is the wrong way to think about the world. And that's what we're going to be talking about, is the right way to think about the world. So let's jump in to that. The propositional tyranny. What is the propositional tyranny? I think the easiest way to understand this is that we as persons, because we're not individuals, if somebody tells you an individual, run away from them. They're a psychopath, whether they realize it or not. There's no such thing as an individual. We are being held captive in our ways of thinking by propositions. Okay? That fact is due to a number of factors, some of which I wrote about in the Substack that I wrote today. I didn't write the whole thing today, although I wrote about 80% of it today. The outline was already there. I've already posted the Substack link, so you can go over there and view that at your leisure. I think it's decent enough. I know me, so I'm probably not happy with why I'll never read it again. It's the way I am. So this tyranny of propositions seems to be due to a number of reasons, right? Propositions are wrapped up in language, spoken and written. This is really important. Like people don't understand that. So there's two components to language, spoken and written. Okay? Now, there are other forms of communication. Language is one form of communication with two subforms, spoken and written. You may refer to body language. That is not a language. It is more universal than propositions, than language, than spoken and written languages, for sure. But it is not universal. And it is regionally specific, more so, interestingly enough, than spoken and written is, which is just fascinating, right? I mean, it's fascinating. They're not equals. They're not quite subordinate, right? They're in this hierarchy. It's a deep hierarchy. The communications hierarchy is very deep. I'm not going to get into it all, right? Fashion is part of the communications hierarchy. That obviously has nothing to do with how you act in the world, although it may alter your actions in the world. Those are two different things. It's not a symmetrical relationship, right? How you act in the world does not determine your fashion, but your fashion can sometimes determine how you act in the world. These are forms of communication, okay? We have destroyed our understanding of all the forms of communication except language, and we have conflated spoken and written language. If you want proof of that, you can listen to this monologue, which I know is going to be excellent in its own little way, and then go read what I wrote and go, what is even this? Because you will. I guarantee you that. The way I talk and the way I write can be quite different if I so choose. And in fact, they're always different. The question is how different, right? Some writers write very much like they talk. Those tend to be very popular writers if they are able to convey their speech in a popular fashion. Okay. The tyranny is the fact that we don't understand communication anymore. And so all the forms of communication that we'll say are not propositional or based in language are tyrannizing the way we see, deal with, and express the world. And by express the world, I mean express to others how the world is and also express ourselves within the world. That's the propositional tyranny. We are locked into this language communication style. We are locked into words, into propositions, into statements. We're not accounting for the other modes of communication that are far deeper, far richer, and far more important. And we're so locked into the propositional tyranny that it isn't a tyranny of spoken and written language. No, it's a tyranny of the components of spoken and written language. This is really, really important. I'm not expecting you to understand this in that way right away, but you will see it. What are the qualities of a propositional tyranny? People are focused on the words, the structure of the words, the format of the words, the sequence of the words, although less the sequence nowadays, different problem. This renders them immune to understanding certain types of things. They will struggle, for example, to understand analogy. They will struggle to understand metaphor. They will struggle to understand fairy tales, poetry. They will fail to discern the difference between well-written Substack posts, like my own, and poorly written Substack posts, like everybody else's. Obviously, I'm being a bit hyperbolic there, but only a tiny bit. This, in many cases, appears to others as autism or a form of autism. It is not. There is something else going on. Autism is a different problem, and it is a problem, and we should do something about it and not treat it like it doesn't exist, like the guy on Twitter wanted to a couple of weeks ago. What a moron. Some of these people on Twitter some people shouldn't be allowed outside of their houses in terms of communication, which means they shouldn't be allowed on the internet. Sorry. Ridiculous. We need to take this seriously, that it is specifically the propositional component that is tyrannizing us. It's tyrannizing us to such a degree that you don't even notice when someone says something completely inane, ununderstandable, like social justice. You cannot put the words social and justice together. That doesn't make any sense and cannot be made any sense of in a consistent fashion. You can make up your own definition for what the merger of those two words means. I get that. You can do that with lots of things. That's called your imagination, right? That lives in your fantasy. Okay? That's a problem, not a solution, right? That's like, now you have two problems, right? Whatever you're complaining about that you're pointing out with social justice, and the fact that you use the term social justice, which can't mean the same thing to any two people by definition, which is very difficult. Another sort of way you know we're in the propositional tyranny is that as the structures of culture, the hierarchical structures of culture that hold us together, disintegrate and we start to dissect them. So we talk about things like experts and authority and leadership and guidance and all sorts of nonsensical things. We distrust them because we can point at them. And actually, okay, maybe you should. The problem is now we have to rely on something else. We're not relying on each other anymore because the individualism. What we're relying on is some kind of a text. We're not even relying, when we appeal to experts, on the experts themselves. We're relying on their work, on their published work. Published work. Well, if that's what we're relying on, I have some good news for you. My book should be done soon. The Navigating Wisdom Communities book is ready. It needs to be printed. It has lovely artwork in it by Sally Joe, by the way. So if that's the game we're playing, I will have skin in that game. How good that skin will be up to you. That means you have to buy my book. You have no choice. When you stop to think about the implications of this and how it's manifest in the world with people actually engaging as if what matters is published works or what people have written on a paper and how much value you place in that writing for whatever standard or reasoning you're giving to it, then you start to understand the propositional tyranny. We are being held hostage in our sense making, in our ability to cooperate, in our ability to reason about the world by words written on a page or words spoken by a person. Right? And all of that, of course, is subject to interpretation. Now, the real question is, to some extent, where does this propositional tyranny come from? Like, what do we do about this? Well, this is the result of being stuck in, title of the Substack, right? The Age of Gnosis, right? Which is a tool of sense making that I think everybody should be using rather than something like modernity, right? Because modernity is just grammatically incorrect statement in all cases, right? What is modern is always now. I have a whole video on that on navigating patterns. Check it out. I make my case there. I can propositionally tyrannize you all I want in my recorded videos. This age of Gnosis is the valuing of knowledge as propositions higher than every other thing. Now, does that precede the Protestant Reformation or does it happen with it? Doesn't really much matter, right? But sola scriptura, for example, is definitely overtly a propositional tyranny. And that's one place that it comes from. Now, in the age of Gnosis, when we're valuing propositions so heavily, we're relying on this tyranny effectively to hold together the world. So what happens, do you think, if we reject in some fashion sola scriptura, if we reject the one text that we agree on as a country? Now, this unfolds completely differently in Europe. Apologize to my European friends. Maybe I can do a dive on that someday, but I'm not going to do it without a European present. Because I've only been a couple times and it wouldn't be proper. I'm not super good on European history in the way that I need to be from the Reformation, for example, onward, which is a lot of research I'm not going to do right now. But in the US, if you want to rebel against that. If you want to rebel against your propositional tyranny, and maybe you should, because it's a tyranny. Like I'm not saying that rebellion isn't appropriate against a tyranny. But you're still stuck in the age of gnosis, where propositions are the highest valued thing in your world. What happens? Well, my friends, you have to pick a new book. That's what happens. Now, obviously, this doesn't happen for everybody universally, right? Some people are not, say, picking the book directly or picking one book over another directly. But, I mean, we have some shared senses and sense making, and that's coming from somewhere. Classically, it was the Bible. Now we have 16 million Bibles because Protestantism. And there's reasons to object to all of them because Protestantism. Not great. I'm sorry. This is not great. Anybody can do a quote translation and anybody can interpret whatever they want from whatever translation they choose. That's not great. World destroying? Apparently, right? That already happened. So we can argue that if you want, but you will be wrong because it's already occurred. Right? There's no great war before. It's a little weird. If you want some evidence for this, go on my Discord server. I posted a link to a Google Doc that AI made for me because I asked a very simple, neutral question about what, if any, differences were there about war between 1000 AD and the Reformation, and then from the Reformation afterwards. And boy, it didn't have anything good to say at all. So Reformation impacts war. Whether or not, again, this causes the Age of Gnosis or the Age of Gnosis is already there is really not relevant. The exact starting date or whatever is unimportant. Right. But we can firmly place a bunch of problems here. Right. We can't place them at the Enlightenment because the Enlightenment didn't unfold that way. But what came after did. But mysteriously after the Reformation. So that's the interesting part. And so the problem for us is cause or symptom. We have one book. We need to rebel against this propositional tyranny. So we get another book. Now, the rising power, the sort of firstborn son of the church, if you want to think about it that way, back when there was a church and not 46,000 of them, because anybody can start one and put a guitar on a stage, thus making me want to murder everyone ever. Seems to be the origin of species. This is not a joke. I assure you that if you take the time to think about things this way, it's propositional tyranny. We're stuck in the age of gnosis. Those two interact somehow, whatever. Doesn't matter. We've got propositions as the highest value. That's tyrannical upon us, obviously. Like I've made that case. Perhaps not sufficiently, but I did actually make the case. Now we want to rebel. We need a new book, right? We need a new set of propositions. Science is the rising star, first child of the Catholic Church, right? Firstborn son comes up and says, "I've got a book for you." If you just misread the title of that book, The Origin of Species, and you read it as the origin of life, which Darwin most certainly would never have done because Darwin wasn't an idiot, unlike everybody seemingly who's read his book since he wrote it, unfortunately for him, you would end up with a battle between science and religion. And that battle is around a book. Now, you may say that's silly, but listen to the scientists talk. You never hear a priest say, there's a battle between religion and science. And they would privilege the religion first, by the way. This is how you know. This is how you know. It's a little cute, but it's not little. It's a big deal, right? This is how you know this isn't happening. The scientists say there's a battle between science and religion. They say it all the time. I'm like, oh, good. Can I shoot you now? Because I'm on the side of religion and you're not. And I just need this over with because I got things to do and you're kind of in the way, quite honestly. I'm just saying, like, if this is a battle, let's get it done. Like, let's finish it. Instead of fighting proxy wars by the way of the Great War, which is a direct result of this, by the way. That's a harder case to make. I'm not going to make that case today. I'm just going to leave it right there. And if you want to hear more about that, leave a freaking comment and maybe I'll go into it, although I'll probably have to drag Adam out or something if I can ever talk to him again. Not a bad thing. His life's going tremendously well and he's going to be busy for a while. Good for him. I wish him all the best. So this Age of Gnosis cause or symptom battle between two propositional tyrannies it's been there all along. You just didn't notice it. And fair enough, like whatever. I mean, it's hard to notice. Right? But if you think of it that way, I think you'll start to see the world much more clearly. Because that top level battle, that sort of if you want to talk about this, I hate talking like this because this is just a dumb way to talk about the world. But if you want to talk about it as a battle of narratives, that's fine. It's a propositional tyranny, and it's a battle of which propositional tyranny you're choosing. That's what it is. Right? Who controls the narrative? Science with their logic, reason, rationality, and high certainty, and also their utter intellectual dishonesty and pack of lies. I'll get into that later. Or religion, which is a lot, less certain, sort of fuzzy, but gives you all the tools you need to relate in the world, to yourself, and to others, and to something well beyond all of that, right? To the creation into which you were born. Those are your choices. You can choose certainty or you can choose less certainty. It's up to you. Why don't we know this? Why don't we see this? What's going on? Why are we stuck in the myth of World War II? Well, you might have noticed looking around, people are destroying the past overtly, right? They're rewriting history. They've got these projects to rewrite US history, which is weird. And also everything written in that book seems to be wrong, which is a little strange that somebody can just write a book and everything's wrong. Although look, recently people have done such things, published books that are, works in progress, which isn't a thing, but apparently we can now publish works in progress somehow, even though by definition, publishing means it's not a work in progress. This is the world we're living in. We're smashing words together. Well, I don't want to do the work, so I'm going to be lazy. Why are we destroying? Why are we taking down statues? Why are we rewriting whole sections of history by people with below average IQs, roughly speaking? I mean, just observably true. Who for some reason have college degrees. Like, I don't know what's up with that. Used to be college was a nice filter for such things. Well, you have to destroy the past if you want to make a new world. Because the past showed you what has worked and what will work. It doesn't guarantee that what did work will work, but it shows you what, on average, will work. Right? Because if you understand the past correctly, most of the things that happened that people did failed and didn't carry forward. That's why they're in the past. Some of the things in the past did carry forward, and we're living with them. They are around us. The electric grid, the internet, computers, cathedrals, skyscrapers, cars, roads, all kinds of roads. Everything that we call technology, all of it. It's all built on the successful past. All of it. The past is that which survived, which is oddly the evolutionary claim about what is right. The evolutionary claim from the other propositional tyranny is that what survives is right. Now, what survives, again, doesn't mean it will continue to survive, and therefore you can't actually make that statement. Of course, the evolutionists have to because they're dumb. Sorry, I can't sugarcoat that one. Like, they're just idiots. They're just not accounting for time at all. They're saying everything that emerges today has survived, yeah, for 10 seconds, and therefore is good because survival is good in the evolutionary frame. I get it. Also, you're 4 years old and grow up. Like, you're retarded. Like, come on. Just because something survived 2 generations doesn't mean it was a good idea and it will continue to survive. This is wrapped up in, I know I have to do these videos, things like momentum and scale. All right. It's very hard to talk about scale without figuring out how to talk about hierarchy correctly. I haven't done that yet. This is hard. Like, I don't know how everybody sees the world. You could see we've been destroying the past. Emergence is good because evolution. Of course it is. Like, what choice do you have if you've rebelled against the sola scriptura tyranny of that other book? Fair, I guess, if you're retarded. Also, you're retarded, so you might want to get that looked at. So what does this mean? It means we have no memory. It doesn't mean that you have no memory. It means that the memory of the distributed cognition, because distributed cognition is a brilliant idea, Dr. Vervaeke, if you add time. And then you realize, well, what would distributed cognition look like through time? Oh, it would look like oral tradition. That's what it would look like. You know what else it would look like? Nothing. It's oral tradition. It's the oral tradition. It's the rituals, right? It's the continuation of the things that we did in the past that worked and continue to work, maybe with some adjustment because the world is changing. So if you say, oh, we need to go back and not change blah, 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 I doubt you can know that. I just don't think you can. Like, you might be right by accident, but the odds that you actually know what you're talking about are roughly 0. Just a little bit off of 0, but not enough to worry about. Sometimes it's easy to see when things went wrong, but it's not always easy to see what we gave up that we shouldn't have and what things we should have given up sooner. But sometimes it's very clear. But it's not always clear to everyone, and it really depends on perspective. And that's why we can't agree. That's why we don't have only the good things and just make only the changes necessary. Change has its own momentum. Once you start a change, people will change all kinds of things. And it's not necessarily that they're escaping the memory, but they might be trying to change the memory. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe you don't want to remember every horrible thing you ever did in your life. Those of us, like myself, who are plagued by this, can tell you for a fact you don't want to do that. It's not a comfortable time. So there are reasons to alter the past carefully, but not to destroy it. And also to understand it as the continuation of distributed cognition's memory through time. Super important. Fantastically important. But when we try to destroy the past, when we try to significantly rewrite history or get rid of statues or destroy old buildings that did nothing wrong, if you want to think of it that way, we become unconnected. If you disconnect people in time, you unground them. Not completely, perhaps, but you do unground them. When you're not connected to the past, what do you have to rely on? Well, you can rely on where you were born. Nationalism, anyone? You see how useful this framing can be? We're relying on propositions. That allows us to disconnect ourselves from the past or to reframe the past in a significantly bad way. Because on average, when you do something, it will be bad. It will not be good. I'm sorry. Just the way we were born. It's almost as if we were fallen creatures in a fallen world, which makes the most likely outcome of an action a fallen action. Almost as if. Now, when we become unconnected, particularly through this engagement with destroying the past, we create what I refer to as an intimacy crisis. The intimacy crisis is far more nuanced than mere unconnection. The intimacy crisis is wrapped up in a bunch of very, very important concepts around relationship, around momentum, and around quality. One way to think about the two books that are fighting here in the Age of Gnosis with the propositional tyranny. You escape one book, which talks about the qualities of life, for the other book, which just does measurements of life. You ever read any of The Origin of Species? I'm not making this up. It's all right there. It was there all along. You just didn't see it this way, and fair enough. This is not, I mean, it took years to work this out, or at least how to explain it to everybody else. Quantity versus quality is wrapped up in the propositional tyranny, in the Age of Gnosis, in the battle of the two books. The one that says in the beginning, and the one that says the origin of species, but is being read as the origin of life. And if it was titled The Origin of Life, it would be a fair enough contender in title, at least, for In the Beginning. It would conflict with In the Beginning because it doesn't make any sense to talk about the beginning in terms of anything but life. But that really is the confusion. And I do mean that. I mean, a lot of people use The Origin of Species, or at least their interpretation of it, which is usually completely wrong, by the way. I don't know what to tell these people, as their Bible. And they talk that way. Now, you wouldn't recognize it because they can't use sophisticated, flowery, poetic language to discuss it because they're using the propositions of logic, reason, and rationality. And they don't even like the flourishing words. They don't like words like being. They don't like words like life, except as it's defined biologically. They don't like those terms. They don't like terms like religion. They'll say meta first. A lot of times when people say meta, they mean religion, especially if they say metaphysics. Almost everybody that says metaphysics is referring to religion. They don't even know they're doing that. Fair enough. They're a little stupid, but that's what they're doing. Well, all of this leaves us unconnected because one of the quote narratives, again, I don't like thinking and talking about it that way, but it's not wrong enough. And people seem to like that word. I don't know what it means, is about what life is and how it's connected. And the other one is literally about dissection, unconnectedness, intimacy crisis confirmed. That's why the intimacy crisis is far more important. And it is the thing that causes the meaning crisis. You cannot manifest meaning or co-manifest meaning in the world if you do not have a sense for quality relationships. And not just any quality relationships. Like, this is part of the problem with the flattening of the world, is it hides the larger issue. The larger issue is not just quality of relationships, because then in a flat world, you can say qualia and get around it. But that's a dumb word and shouldn't exist. Anybody who uses it should probably be like put in a gulag or something. Like, this ridiculous terminology, just absurd way to talk. Okay. The quality has to do with your relationship at multiple layers of the hierarchy. I have a video on navigating patterns called 3 frames, right? You with yourself, you with nature, you with others. You can add a 4th frame to that if you're, a believer in a creation, right? That set of connections relationships has qualities, and those qualities matter. And without those connections and those qualities, you do not have access to meaning. Period. End of statement. Full stop. There's your meaning crisis. It's a function of the intimacy crisis. It's a manifestation of the intimacy crisis. The intimacy crisis is how this problem manifests for women. The meaning crisis is how it manifests for men. There's a great deal of overlap because they're both the same thing at some level. That is the proper way to think about these things. That is why I'm giving you this outline and explaining where it comes from and how it's related. I'm explaining a bunch of things that were so obvious to me that I never thought that anybody didn't get it. My bad. My bad. There's your intimacy crisis, which I'll be writing more about on the Substack. Again, I posted the Substack link earlier. It's also on my Twitter and I think my Facebook and whatever else I could think to post it on. So I'll get to the intimacy crisis. I don't know that it'll be the next article or anything. I don't know what I'm going to do for the next article. I'm probably going to double up on Substacks and write one short free one and one paid longer explanation in case people are actually interested. They can freaking pony the cash. But we're unconnected because of the propositions. And then because we're left with a reliance on propositions for cooperation, we can't rely on our quality relationships. We can't rely on the quality of the connection we have with others. We have to rely on the propositions. That's what we're left with. We don't have much of a choice. This problem, it's a weird problem, right? Because it seeps in due to this propositional tyranny, right? If you want to think about it in historical terms, you can say the Puritans did everything wrong. They are the propositional tyranny people. Not an unfair way to see it, although blaming them alone is silly because it's all Protestants have this problem. I don't think the Reformer are immune from it either. It causes this rebellion into this new book. And if you start thinking about the time frames, and if you've read through Moby Dick, which now, thanks to Father Eric, I have, boy, man, that was a whopper. I was like, oh, man. Because I started doing the historical deep dive. And of course, I went to the New Bedford Whaling Museum, which is awesome. Everybody should go there. It's a great museum. It's one of the best museums ever. Too bad it's only about whales. It's really well done. Once you realize what's going on during this period and what Melville's talking about, or Ishmaelville, as Castle likes to call him, correctly so. Once you realize what he's talking about, you see the manifestations of the meaning crisis in this time frame. Interestingly, as the result of trying to apply ontology to that which is below the ocean, the symbolism is ridiculous. It's actually insane. I'm not even going to get into it. I'm just going to tease you with that and let you drown in the symbolism right there. Sorry. My live stream, my rules. Melville saw all this coming. It's right in Moby Dick. We're left with a reliance on propositions to cooperate with one another. We need to hear what the other person says and then cooperate based on that. I still don't do that. I largely just smile and nod when people speak because I just don't believe them. That's what happens from living on this world too long. You kind of figure out, man, talk is cheap. It's easy to say things, right? And it's hard to be consistent. It's hard to even be precise in your speech, much less consistent in your speech. That's the Peterson problem, right? His consistency has run out. Knocking up against the edges of the things you've said in the past because you can't keep consistency, because you're not up. You're not looking up. You're going to run into the edges of the materialism eventually. So we're left with having to believe propositions preferring written propositions over verbal propositions, but settling for verbal propositions because they're cheap and easy. Look around. Right. We've already collapsed the structures, right? The rest of the hierarchies already collapsed. Maybe as a result of rebellion against the tyranny, maybe as a result of the individualism, maybe as a result of materialism, right? Maybe the result of the rise of objects and the power of objects to move the world, right? Like skyscrapers, which should be blown up and replaced with cathedrals where possible. And the thing is, we don't notice because this doesn't all happen in the time frame that we expect, right? Because the world doesn't work on our clock. The world works on the clock it works on, and momentum is a tricky thing. And if you don't understand hierarchy and momentum, you have no chance of understanding why Melville is prophetic, why Nietzsche is prophetic, why Jung is prophetic. When you're operating at the level up here, you can see what's going to happen down there in the future. That's not that hard. But we don't even know people can operate at the level up here because, hey, it's Sola Scriptura, baby. It's just me, the book, straight up top. It's flat world. It's 5 solas, which is a little weird. 5 alones? You're alone in 5 aspects of your life? I wonder where this intimacy crisis comes. I can't work it out. It's too hard. Expertise works for a long time. Works for a very long time. Because it has momentum. And it's filtered through leadership for a long time. Right up until like 2 weeks ago. At least on the time frame we're talking about, relatively recently. Right? And now everyone's out there as being an expert. Everyone's out there denying expertise and substituting their own, right? Or just denying expertise and not leaving you with an alternative, which is worse, right? And it just creates a flood of information and a flood of chaos. And that's the problem. The individualism destroys expertise as a valid thing, while at the same time making everybody an expert. Well, I have the propositions. I'm the expert, but individualism means no one's going to listen to me. So expertise doesn't have any value, but I have the valuable propositions. Do you see the problem? Do you see this in the world? Have you seen Eric Weinstein on stage? He's caught in that completely. Like he's like a number one example right there. If you haven't seen my commentary on his ARC talk, you really should. Somebody got quite a bit of help out of it and commented to that effect on the YouTube, which I thought was wonderful. I mean, mission accomplished. One person got it. I'm done here. I don't need any more. But I know I got more than that, and I'm very appreciative. That's wonderful. So expertise has failed in the age of individualism, which again comes along somehow with the Reformation. Is related somehow to the Age of Gnosis. Definitely contributes to the intimacy crisis. I shouldn't even have to say it. So obvious that would cause intimacy crisis. So what happens? We can't understand the world by ourselves. We know this. Isn't that hard? And even if we could, we're lazy. We don't want to. I don't want to understand the world by myself. You know how much work that is? Bro, I got things to do. The appeal to authority that we need. It's not optional. It's not optional. You're a tiny little speck in this planet. You can't understand a tiny amount of it. And you need to understand more than you can. You need authority. That becomes an appeal to the text. But there is no the text anymore. The Protestant Reformation did away with that problem. Yeah, there's no more text. There's a bunch of them. Oh, what a zillion translations. And you can have your own interpretation. Now there's not even texts. There's not even like 17 texts. There's like 17 zillion of them because interpretation's fuzzy too. You can interpret things however you want. You usually interpret things based on final cause, make final cause great again, and then fit in what you want to interpret back into the text because we have to. We really don't have that much of a choice about it. But then it's not just the 2 books anymore. It's anybody who wrote a paper. Because of the ascendancy of science, the eldest son of the Catholic Church. This is no joke. Like, this is a very helpful way to understand the world. So the real battle at the top level, not at the personal level. At the personal level, you have a different set of issues, right? Because, again, you need to listen to an authority. And if you're busy rebelling against, we'll say, the biggest authority at the largest top layer of the hierarchy, which would be one of the 2 books, then you're dealing with which expert to listen to and how many published papers does he have, or how slick does he sound on a podcast? Because, Sam Harris is very enchanting. That's why anybody listens to him. Alex O'Connor has his own form of enchantment. It's very different from Sam Harris's, although there's some overlap, obviously, right? There's different forms of enchantment. I know I need to do that video. It is so hard for me to differentiate enchantment because I just have an enchantment meter and it goes, bah. Breaking it into pieces is very difficult. But at the top level, it really is which text? Is it the poetic text that talks about how everything is connected in the world from the beginning? Or is it the middle out thinking? There's a video of that on Navigating Patterns. The middle out thinking text, the scientific text that uses logic, reason, and rationality to give you high certainty about specific things that will happen under specific conditions. And if you can just make those conditions happen, but it sounds like playing God. Somebody should have written a book and warned us not to play God. If they had done that a couple thousand years ago, I feel like that would help. Now, nobody would have read it. And if they did, they would have interpreted it differently. And if they did, they wouldn't do it even if they interpreted it correctly. I'm going to go with that. That is the essence of the battle. You can have your certainty if you can control the circumstances. But the cost is you're alone in the world. And you're unconnected from things or insufficiently connected from things. The quality of your connections is limited. And there is no hierarchy to appeal to. And the past is fluid because it's just a bunch of propositions at the end of the day. And you, no matter what you think of yourself, probably far too much, by the way, because ultimately you need to recognize, once again, that you are a Muppet. I'm a Muppet. We're all Muppets. No matter what you think of yourself, you don't have that level of control. Logic, reason, and rationality doesn't actually work in the end result. Partly because you don't have enough information about the world, but not because you don't have enough information about the world, because you can never have enough information about the world, ever. And partly because the world doesn't work through logic, reason, and rationality. When logic, reason, and rationality fails with, we'll say, the maximum available information, including hindsight information, when it fails, we just call that miracle and move on with our lives. But the world is all miracle, and the fact that logic, reason, and rationality can be used in some certain very specific circumstances to great advantage is a fluke. That's why this Age of Gnosis is important, because it's given you a full sense of how the world works, how things are connected, and what matters. What matters is how you connect the world in quality relationships up and down the hierarchy, and realizing how deep that hierarchy is. Because it's one thing to talk about hierarchy. And if I had one sort of critique of my good Reformed friends who are neither Protestant nor, unfortunately, at least not at the moment, Anglo-Catholics, which everyone should be, is that their hierarchy is way deeper than the Protestants and way not deep enough, like not even close. Bruce will probably come on and yell at me later. That's okay. The hierarchy is deep. We can't resolve that using logic, reason, and rationality because logic, reason, and rationality don't work across fractal layers of reality. Different fractal layers of reality, we'll say, that are discernible are called points of scale, right? So you pass the point of scale, you have discernibility at the next layer. You pass the point of scale, discernibility, right? But there's lots of layers. There's not 3, there's not 4, probably closer to 12, maybe more. I don't know. Not going to work out the scientific quantity of how many layers of reality are easily discernible and useful in the world, because I think that's a waste of time. Because even if you had that information, you have to connect them poetically. You have to poetically inform the world in order to have quality connections with the things around you. And you have to start from the axiomatic assumption that being is good. And if you don't instantly answer, of course being is good, or yes, being is good, instantly, faster than you can speak, then you're screwed. Because your axiomatic assumption about the world is never going to leave you to be properly connected in it. It's that simple. You can reason your way to being is good. But the fact that you do that means you're screwed. You're screwed. It may not catch up to you right away, but like it will. The next thing you know, you'll be writing letters to Hermes, not realizing that Hermes and Hermeticism have the same root. Hermeticism is bad. Just saying, bad. Bad. Judgment, yes. Judgment exists. Judgment pre-existed. You want to know how I know judgment pre-existed and still exists and continues to exist? Because creation is judgment. Dun, dun, dun. And you were born into creation. In the beginning matters. The origin of life, even if that were the title, which it most certainly is not the title, by the way, wouldn't help you at all. Because that's not in that book. What's in that book is how to ontologize life based on dissection. The Origin of Species is a book about how to apply ontology to biology at a ridiculous level. This is why, by the way, that the sciencey people, the overeducated morons, the intellectual yet idiot is what Taleb calls them. I like it, overeducated morons, better. This is why they have this weird habit of saying, well, I mean ontology as being. And I'm like, ontology never meant being ever, anywhere. What are you talking about? This is lunacy. And why did you switch from talking about categorization, which is the correct definition of ontology, to talking about being? And then go, oh, by the way, all the ontology things I said that were clearly not about being, but were clearly about categorization, actually are just also being. So you're saying that your way of seeing the world is the way of seeing being. Like that no, you can't see being. What are you, high? You are a being. You can't see outside yourself like that. Now, hopefully, I have done a good enough job that once you see it, you won't necessarily see it now. You can go back through your memory, or you can go watch John Vervaeke or Jordan Peterson talk, or any other science person, any other, rationalist, any other materialist, and you will pick up the pattern and you'll be like, holy macaroni, this explains everything, because it actually does. That's the scary part. It's a very simple system at the end of the day. There's a few things. I mean, I could add a few things. I could go into, materialism and objectivism, right? More deeply, right? With the individualism. I already have a video on that, on navigating patterns. You can already check that out. I could do that, right? I could re-up the hierarchy, right, by talking about the difference between story, narrative, and archetype. But again, I have a video on that already, right? This is 2+ years of work just on the channel. Forget about, I mean, we've been doing this formally as a written exercise and a quote I hate this word, philosophical exercise in discussions for 5 years. 5 years. And soon I'll be a published author. So there you go. This is not trivial. This is very well thought out. It's not like my work alone or my expression alone by far. Couldn't have done any of it without Manuel. When are you going to share your notes? Well, one day I did. And now we have them. And now we have a book from those notes. Among other things, we could probably write 3 more books from those notes if we were more disciplined and had more energy. This framework is important. When you understand the knowledge engine model and the poetic way of informing the world, and you say, oh, without the poetic way of informing the world, everybody looks autistic. Oh. And then you start to see the difference between people who can inform poetically and people who can't. The whole symbolic world thing starts to make sense. The whole different camps start to make sense. Why do the Vervaeke people not talk to symbolic world people? Why did symbolic world people just poo-poo everybody else? Oh, they see something these other guys don't see. They just can't talk at the same level. Not that they can't have conversations, but they're not talking about the same thing. Somebody needs to talk to Peterson and say, hey, man, tell me your definition of emanation. And then tell me what the concept is that you have based on that definition. That will unravel his whole world. I guarantee it would. It would also validate my thesis, which I'm positive is correct, that his problem is the materialism and the denial of creation as such, and the substitution of that story from the beginning with other things. All right, let me go through the comments. I think I'm done with that. That was fantastically more stressful than I anticipated. Matthew, it's good to see you, sir. Very relevant topic. I think so. Anselman, hello, lonely youths. Ixnod, hello, everyone. Ixnod, did you actually read the article? I mean, I do appreciate your comment. I think you did, but I'm just excited. There it is. Yes, Matthew, there it is. In some sense, it's right and wrong. Yeah, the propositional tyranny is right and wrong. It bothered me from the moment I first heard John say it. It just bugged me. I've been talking about it with Manuel for 5 freaking years or thereabouts. Untrackable. Happy Friday and good evening. Happy Friday and good evening, sir. Glad to see you. Anselman, what have psychopaths got to do with it? We are each individuals. There's no such thing as individuals. You need a good dictionary. Dictionary will tell you there's no such thing as individuals. Individuals is a single person or a thing. There's no single person. Persons are connected to the world. There might be a single thing, but there's no. There might be an individual thing. Yeah, persons are divisible. It's called dissection. Don't do that. Does it get a nihil obstat from Father Eric? I don't know what that is. Wisdom community book done. Substack launched. Matrix videos soon. You know, Jesse has vanished. Jesse's very stressed out, so I feel bad for Jesse. He just moved. I'm trying, Ixon. I'm trying. I would do the Matrix video tomorrow if Jesse were around. But Jesse has not responded to me. It makes me sad. Anselman, reckless transitions aside, there is large agreement on Roman Catholics and Protestants on the text and translation of the Bible. No, there actually is not. That's all right. Listen, let me explain something to you. The Catholics pat the Protestants on the head all the time, and they need to stop doing that. Like, honestly, like that's the recession of the church. That's part of the recession of the church. Like Spanish Inquisition did absolutely nothing wrong, and we need a new one. And I can prove that that's true, but whatever. Just read a little bit of history. You'll find out real quick. Roman Catholics actually now use Bibles produced by Protestant translators. Yeah, and they need to go back to the Latin. That's pretty clear. Popes, at least prior to Vatican II, no less Protestants hold the Bible. It's a mistake, dude. Like everything has been a mistake since just before Vatican II, because once you start a change, You don't know what other things are going to change as a result of that change. Right? Once you open the door for change, the momentum takes over. That's what happened with Vatican II. That's why the words of Vatican II are not so bad. If you read some of it, it's like, oh, this seems perfectly reasonable. And then you go, well, wait, that's not what the churches did. What happened? Well, that's what happened. God makes each unique individual. No, he doesn't. As a combination directly created spirit and body. No, it's not. Those, you can't talk like that. That's ridiculous. There's no differentiation between spirit and body whatsoever. We bring together heaven and earth. That means we bring together spirit and body. Like, there's no apartness of that. You can't describe it in scientific terms. Everything, absolutely everything, is stored in our vast memory. But no, we don't have a vast memory. That doesn't exist. And we need to revivify our memory. That's what things like ritual are for. That's why we have tradition, right? To revivify our memory, to hope that doing this over and over again will jog our memory back to a time when we knew the thing that we had forgotten. That's why, rote learning works. Like, that's why it works. It doesn't work because you're repeating the thing. It works because repeating works. That's what long ritual and tradition is for, to have a long memory into the past. It's not free. It's not just there to pick up when you want. You may be able to reproduce some of what you previously lost, but that's expensive and stupid, and you won't be able to reproduce enough of it to be useful. You could fight me on this, but I'm a technology expert. We've lost more technology in the past 5 years than we actually created the previous 10. You can prove that mathematically on paper, by the way. This is not that hard. We are in the process of rebuilding a bunch of tech that we already had. It's one of the reasons why I had a very hard time trying to find jobs like a while back, was because everyone was like, well, what about this cloud thing? And I'm like, what do you want to know about cloud? I've built several clouds. And they're like, what? And I'm like, yeah, I used to build clouds before they became like a commoditized item in technology. And they couldn't process that. And they're like, but what about this tooling? And that's why I used to write those tools for clouds. Like, I don't understand. Some of them I wrote on Amazon. And they're like, well, you can't write that. Not only can I write that, I can write it in an afternoon because I'm a very good software engineer. I'm not great. I'm pretty freaking good. And that stuff was my bread and butter. They don't even believe me because we've lost the knowledge. We've lost the information. We've lost all of that in tech. And that's not the only way. That's why the long memory is important. That's why the long-lasting rituals that change very slowly over time are important. Right? That's why the liturgy matters. Like, that's why this stuff is important. And that's why it keeps reappearing, right? Like, you've got to take seriously the fact that, well, you can't get rid of religion. No, you keep reinventing it. That's not better. Like, that's way worse. Way, way, way worse. Right. Like, no, we can't escape religion. No, but you can do it poorly. You can reinvent it poorly. It's not good news. It's bad news. This is the problem. You want to turn everything to good. You want to redeem everything. You want to save everything. No, that is not the way that works at all. And we see that. Like, look around. Well, look at the history of the United States from the myth of World War II, which is a myth, as I discussed in the beginning, onward. Like, this is bad. This is all really bad. And it's clearly gotten worse since the end of the war. Byrne Power talks about it in his How We Got Here series. I don't like his particular thesis. It's not wrong, right? I mean, they were traumatized from the Great War. Okay, sure, fair. The whole world is traumatized from the Great War. Europe more so and in different ways than the US, but both of us get traumatized. Absolutely. I just don't think that's a sufficient explanation. It doesn't really get into the nuance. He's not wrong about any of it in particular, at least that I could remember. Anselm, memorizing sacred text is an excellent means of preserving our relation to truth. No, it's not. It's terrible because memorizing text doesn't give you anything but the stultified text in time. Look, this has been settled. Okay, this is why I don't understand these arguments. This has been settled. It's been studied. You can go look. There's a documentary on Amazon Prime about the Amish. Go watch that documentary. He'll show you the problem and how it's destroying some Amish communities, wiping them out because they've got a text that they never change. Memorization is not an answer. Ritual and liturgy might be, or at least they're much better upgraded answers. Ixnat, emergence is good, leads to not recognizing the difference between life and not life. That's correct. That's correct. Well, and more importantly, it cheapens life because things are always emerging, and so life is always emerging. So what's the problem? And it's like, well, life isn't necessarily good. Being is good. The fact that something, are snails good because they're life? Are plants good because they're life? Is poison ivy good? Not if you get it. Anselman, intimacy with God is best. Yeah, that's ridiculous Protestant nonsense right there. Sally Joe, metaphysical equals uptight speak from embarrassed to admit religious beliefs exist because my academic peer circle is judgy. Oh, Sally. Sometimes I hate that you can do that. And I didn't come up with it first. Anselman, as individuals, you're not an individual. You don't have an intimate relationship to God. If you saw God's face, you'd be burned up. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, memorize the text, bro. Sally, us, we, them, unknown. Yes, that is correct. Ixnat, reformed people tend to be very wordy. They are, but at least the true reformed, not the fake reformed, like Pastor Paul's quote denomination that blew apart as he predicted, as he saw it coming, probably 10 years before it happened. When you talk to Bruce, he has no problem with Mary, none at all. It's like, okay, I'm in. Right now, he also doesn't have iconography and things like that. He's very suspicious of it, so that just limits his poetic engagement. But it's not non-existent, right? And to some extent, it can't be non-existent, right? It's still there, but it's not as corrupt. How's that? That's probably the best way to say it. Anselm, Puritans were right in opposing usury when the popes had caved in, thereby rejecting church teaching in scripture. Maybe, but I don't. I think the usury they were objecting to was in England, bro. I don't think they go that far back, but I could be wrong. One is only saved by grace. Yeah, well, grace alone doesn't do it. Grace is required, but grace alone won't do it. One is only saved if one has faith. Well, which is it? Because you can't have, now it's two. One is only saved by Christ. Yeah, yep. Sola, sola, sola. Yep. This is always the problem. Ixnat, the five solas have to be related to each other and God. Well, or they have to not be solas, right? And they could relate to each other. But as long as they're solas, they can't relate to anything else. And they don't see the contradiction, but it's right there. And that's the problem. Anselman, why is there auto translation of the Latin word for only? I don't know. Who cares? I type sola and it auto translates alone. Well, it is alone. That's what it means. Yeah. Ethan, howdy, Ethan. Good to see you. Ixnon says hi as well. Anselman, Hermetic the frog is a Muppet. Yes. Well, there is that. Holy Marconi invented the Vatican radio. Yes, except he stole the patent from Tesla because he's a scumbag. Ethan, how much overlap exists between Lefebvre and Peugeot? I don't know. Depends what you know about Peugeot. I mean, which Peugeot? There's a whole book club on this book. We're almost done. We might actually finish this year. I basically yelled at Manuel and said, bro, can't be spending this much time on these later chapters. I got things to do in my life. And my life is going to end long before we finish the book. If we go one chapter a week, as we had been doing. I like Peugeot. He's not wrong when he says the world is attention. I think that was pivotal. He's not wrong when he says the myth of World War II. I think that was pivotal, especially since I couldn't say it until he did. So I'm grateful to him. And he is one of God's chosen people, the French Canadian, as am I. So French Canadians will save the world, although he's skeptical. I still hold out hope. I said that to him, by the way. So at Thunder Bay, it's quite a time. I enjoyed talking to him at Thunder Bay. I wish I could have talked to him more. There's a sliver of French overlap that must be overlooked. We hate the French, Sally. I'm telling you right now, French Canadians hate the French. At least where I grew up, they did. They did not like the French anymore. They like them less than everybody else. Believe me. Anselman, check out Mark's conversation yesterday. Oh yeah, if you want a good overlap between Peugeot and I, the conversation I had with two more V's that will give you a good sense. Ixon, I don't know. We need a conversation between. Well, look, I might reach out to him. I need to catch up on his latest. And then maybe I'll propose something. Of course, if any of y'all want to reach out to him on my behalf, go right ahead, because I could talk to him about 6 or 7 different things for, I don't know, 10 or 12 years, something like that. Sally, the public must demand Lefevre Peugeot combo about Muppets. See, Sally, and then you do that, and it's all undone. Like all your good work is undone in one moment. Ixnot, I did read the Substack. Good work. Thank you. Okay, good. Well, I needed to know somebody actually read it because I banged it out, a lot of it pretty quickly. Although I'm in inspired writing mode today, or was earlier for some reason. So writing one book will do that for you. It gets you back in the habit. So I need discipline now. Latin for the win. Yes, Latin is for the win. I meant on personal memory we all have experienced. It's stored up in no, it's not. It's not. You can't store a fraction of it. Like you just need to take other people's words for certain things that you know nothing about. Think honestly, like that really is the solution. Like you can't know enough about the world to do it by yourself. Just that simple. You can't know enough about the world to have it stuffed in your memory, unconsciously or not. I mean, that's how Jung resolved the problem. Jung was an idiot, at least with that. See my clip, the clip that Ethan did, not this Ethan, the other Ethan, Ethan in Nevada, or Anthony, as he's called now after his baptism in the Orthodox Church, which I was privileged to attend. He clipped that out of the conversation that I had with two more V's, and it was a nice little summary, actually. Exxon chat doesn't let you type Latin. It's Sola, yeah, it doesn't. Well, some of us. Signs in the dust. Age of Gnosis. Propositions of knowledge, and knowledge is the highest value. Yes, that is correct. That is, instead of modernity, go with that. Everything makes more, just that. Everything makes more sense. I'm going to add in the other intimacy crisis, meaning crisis, but just that. Have you looked at classical philosophy on this? I don't. What do you mean classical philosophy? Are you saying true philosophy, which is the philosophy that the ancient Greeks did and has nothing to do with what other people call philosophy? Where are the... There they are. So we weren't the only ones. There it is, Poetic Knowledge, a whole book. Recovery of Education is wrong. I object to some of his wording. I'm going to make my way through it eventually. It's just hard. Reading is hard. Burn all the books. Maybe except one or two. But if you want to know like the fundamental basis, you have to look at the Knowledge Engine video and understand the poetic way of informing the world. You can derive everything from there if you want. I didn't. I derived that from the observation because that's actually the proper way to do things like science. And scientists will tell you otherwise. Einstein broke that, by the way. It's his fault, the bastard. The best way to understand the world is as a misapprehension of attention. Because the world, to Jonathan Peugeot's excellent point, is attention. And when you're looking up at knowledge and confusing knowledge and information as the highest value, then you're in a lot of trouble. You get exactly what you have around you. And it's not everybody. Like I grew up in Boston. I lived around a lot of smart people. I'm not impressed by any of them at all. Sorry, I'm just not. I mean, it's just not. I know this and I know. Do you though? And what good is it to you? And we had the conversation earlier. I had this conversation with Sally where we were talking about if only somebody could understand this thing. And I was like, that, then they wouldn't be them. They just don't have the capacity to understand this concept. It's never gonna and they shouldn't. They shouldn't. Right? Like if you're never gonna program, me explaining abstract variables and pointers to you is a complete waste of everybody's time. Complete waste. And you can pull the John Vervaeke, but you can accept that knowledge bullshit all day long. Okay. That may be true, but it's almost certainly not true in most cases. Now, there are certain types of basic knowledge that are extremely acceptable, but we get them through participation and we do not get them through anything that anybody ever remotely called education. That doesn't happen. What we're calling education is formation, and it should be done in partnership with parents. That stopped happening, probably because of Dr. Spock, which is a real doctor. I think it's the 1960s. I could be getting that wrong. And his reprehensible book about child psychology, effectively. Psychology is a problem, not a solution. It's individualistic, and it's a problem. It's a problem that creates problems. All right, that's all I have to say about that. I am done with my comments. I am done with ranting. I need a drink, but if you would like to join me, I shall share the link. Please jump in. Oh, I'll even pin the link because I just remembered that I can. At least on Navigating Patterns, I can pin the link. I can't pin it anywhere else. Yes, the link is pinned on Navigating Patterns. Feel free to come and join me and ask questions. I will try to clear up any confusions. I can dive deeper if you put it in text or you jump in into why Age of Gnosis is useful and how to use this framing to actually understand what's going on, so you just make sense of the world instead of being scared or upset or freaked out about politics or some other ridiculous frame. What's going to happen economically? I had this Friday call that talking about crypto and they're freaking out, right? Because they're just Web3 would be huge, but for the government. I'm like, the government hasn't done anything to stop Web3. What are you, a lunatic? The government never stops anything, right? And they're like, that's not true. It's like, oh, you're gonna tell me about technology. This is gonna get fun. I'm gonna smack you down quicker than you can say boo. And then the example they brought up was wrong, of course, because of course it was. And then I smacked them down. I'm like, didn't happen. Sorry, that's not what happened. The governments can't stop technology. They can prevent it from operating at certain hierarchical scales. Ooh, wait a minute. Everything the government does makes perfect sense if you understand hierarchies and the level of hierarchy at which they operate. Dun, dun, dun. All politics is local. Dun, dun. See how this stuff, it's all been there all along. Hierarchy, the importance of hierarchy, like, oh, the government, measures inflation and it doesn't reflect the inflation in my house. It's not supposed to. It's not designed to. The government isn't concerned with your house. And the government shouldn't be concerned with your house because the government's worried about your house. How many houses does it have to destroy to make sure your house is okay? Yeah, probably all of them. The government ain't going to give two bleeps about you because that would make it not a government. It would make it your personal tyranny on everybody else in the world. Do you ever think about that? No, because you only ever think about yourself. I'm serious. Like, you want arrogance? There's your arrogance. This is one of the problems people have with government. The government is there to serve the group of the peoples and the things that result from the group of the peoples. It's not there to serve you. It's not. And if you have a society, you have a small group of people, let's just call it 10%, to be random and not at all invoke the Pareto principle or the Cauchy distribution, which is definitely everywhere mathematically in nature, as Jordan Peterson, although Taleb does a better job of pointing this out. Just say 10% of the population actually drives 90% of the economy, because that definitely happens, then maybe they should pay attention to the 10% and not worry about the 90% so much. Maybe. And that might explain everything the government does, by the way. Oops, That was easy. Federal government solved in one sentence. It's not that hard. None of this is hard. And you can make it hard, but it's not hard. You don't have to make it hard. You can make it easy and then go back to making the world a better place, which is really important, right? And why is it important and how do you do that? Well, you do it this way. The world needs you to be better. That's what the world needs. You want to fix the world? Be better. That'll fix the world. You want to save the world? You're a lunatic. Don't do anything. Go away. Yeah. You don't need to save the world. You need to make yourself better. That's what you need to do because you're not better enough. Anselman, intimacy with God prevents you being scared. No. You should be scared. You should be scared of God, for one thing. Like, where are you getting this from? Like, are you sure you've read the Bible? Like, I haven't, and I know more about what's in it with respect to all of these topics than all these people that claim they read it, which is really weird because I haven't read it. It should tell you something. It should tell you a lot of things. You don't seem to be cluing in. Like, nobody seems to be getting it. Well, not nobody, but nobody who's not on my Discord server seems to be getting it. Unfair sample bias. I know. I'm actually a rather good data scientist. Unfair sample bias. I wouldn't know if anybody not on my Discord server got it, but Father Eric gets it. He totally got it. He talks about it all the time. So, all right, answer. The saints don't agree with you. They might say something specific, right? Because like intimacy with God made Moses afraid. So that can't be true. Sorry, already done. Like they must be saying something much more nuanced and specific, right? Than one crazy sentence taken out of context. Because they didn't make one crazy sentence statement taken out of context. They didn't do that. See how you can know things? That's how you can know things right there. Simple first order logic. I'm sorry, maybe that's second order logic. This isn't that hard. You want to make it hard because you want it to be a certain way. It's still never going to have been that way ever. And it's never going to become that way either. Yeah, Ixnon has it right. Whoops. Of course, I got to click on it first. Fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. There you go. You should be afraid. You should absolutely be afraid. Perfect love casts out fear. Yeah, it does. It does. That's not saying the same thing. You're deriving a bunch of stuff that isn't in that sentence. Then you don't even notice. That's people do this all the time. You know who does this all the time? Protestants. You know who never does this? Catholics ever. I've never heard Catholics do this ever. Not once. I'm sure there were a few out there, but like, no, they don't do that. They don't presume to interpret the saints and presume what single sentences in the Bible mean. They don't do that. It's weird. It's almost as if they have more tools and they don't make those stupid mistakes because they have more tools that tell them not to stray or something. I have a plethora of tools, right? All the Protestants have are the things they stole, plus a bunch of stuff they got rid of because even though they stole it, they were like, nah, bro, we don't like this. It's too hard, right? And then it's not good. Like, it's just not good. Like, you just need all the tools and probably more. Like, the Catholics have also given up on a couple of their tools and it's cost them dearly and it's going to continue to cost them dearly. That's the recession of the church, right? Like, they've given up on certain things that they used to do that needed to be the way they were. And until they get them back, things are going to get worse. Right? The chaos is just beginning, kids. Oh, the perfect example. Sally Joe, but Google search is working so well. Google search is working so well, they have replaced it with their AI, at least on a beta. I tried it. It's pretty good, actually. The Google search AI thing, if you get the beta invite for it, it's half decent. Anselman, you can't make your case. You can tell me I speak with ignorance all day long, and I say, show me the goods, and you can't show me the goods. Okay. That means even if you're right, you're wrong, just to let you know. There is no Christian experience. The idea of Christianity makes no sense post-Reformation. Okay? Christianity post-Reformation can only refer to any random number of Gnostic, heretical, pagan cults, most of which seem to be centered around a guy called Hippie Jesus, who never did anything bad or harmful, who never turned anybody away, never whipped people out of the temple or told them horrible things, never condemned anybody or judged anybody, right? That doesn't resemble what the Gospels say. And that's the problem, is that this massive misinterpretation. Ixnat, more tools necessary, can confirm. Right. Well, and if you want to think about it in terms of tools, so you get a bunch of tools from the symbolic world folks, and people are hungry for these tools because the propositional tools of logic, reason, and rationality ran out. Like they just ran out of utility. Right. Another way to think about that is you find the end of materialism. Like materialism can only go so far and it can't go any further. And so when you talk about John Vervaeke or Wolfgang Smith and John Vervaeke had a great conversation on Karen Wang's Meaning Code channel. By the way, you should check it out. I think there's two, but I think it was the latest one. If I remember, I might be misremembering or not know about all the conversations. But you can just hear them go through the same story. The story is, I went into science thinking it was going to teach me everything. And of course it didn't. So I went into philosophy. And of course that didn't work. So I've ended up on, well, in Wolfgang's case, he's Catholic all of a sudden, right? And in John's case, he's, writing letters to Hermes, which I think is probably the end of the world. But, I don't control the end of the world. So I'm just reporting what happens. But they tell the same story. Like right then and there in that one conversation. It's more towards the end, we'll say. It's a lovely conversation. I mean, it was boring for me. I'm like, I know exactly what John's going to say. And I knew where Wolfgang Smith was going because, two roads don't diverge in the woods because they're the same story because they're the same, right? One person went further than the other person's willing to go because he's still bucking the propositional tyranny. And fair enough. Like fundamentalist Protestant sect. Okay, sounds tyrannical, bro. Yes, Westboro Baptist Church sounds tyrannical, bro. You should rebel against that for sure. Like they done you wrong. There's no question about it. Oh, I went into a different one. Man, I wish I could remember this guy's name. I wish I had audio of it. I mean, I don't because that would be bad. But like, he was so fundamental science. And he used to be a fundamentalist Christian. And it was just like, bro, you haven't changed at all. You just switched books. Like you switched religions. That's all you did. You are like the way he used to talk about science. And I used to just freaking rake him over the coals because all these people think they know science and they've never actually read a research paper. I'm like, it's not. And I've read thousands. Like, bro, you think you know physics. I've talked to top MIT physicists multiple times. You don't know what you're talking about. Sorry. You just don't. I just have the upper hand because I grew up in Boston and I hung out at MIT and Harvard and Northeastern and Boston University and places like that. Hell, I worked at Boston College for a little while. Like, I just had exposure to these people. I know them very well. I know them far better than you can imagine. Seriously. I spent a lot of time. A lot. I was spending 6 days a week in Harvard Square. 6 days a week. And sometimes with the homeless people in Harvard Square, because there were always homeless people in Harvard Square back in the 90s there. Yeah, I know these people real well. It's too bad I didn't run into Peterson back then because he was probably around when I was around there. I used to walk from Brookline. It's a couple miles. It's 1.7 miles. I want to say it's 1.7 miles from my Brookline house to Harvard Square. I used to walk occasionally. I didn't even take the train. I walked. I loved walking at night. So, I know these people. I know their work. I know their work really well. I met many of the top peeps. Some of them were visiting from other schools, whatever. It is what it is. It's not a big deal. But also, you want to come up against me on that? That's fine. I like to win, and you're going to lose. So I win. I like that. That's fun. It's not. More tools are necessary. Can confirm. I already read that one. Why did I think that was new? What is going on with my system? I got a glitch. My screen glitch. My computer is threatening to update itself, Windows 11. And I was like, do I update before the stream? And I'm like, hell no. You never know what's going to happen after your Windows 11 machine updates. You don't know. It's too big a risk. It's too big a risk. Updates used to be stable, and now they're completely all over the place, and probably spawns of Satan himself. I can't confirm that scientifically, but computer gremlins are real. So, oh, well. Hello, sir.
Hello.
This is your
Hello.
first time on this live stream, is it not?
Yes. Usually I'm like working or dealing with my kids when you're streaming, so. But I'm not doing either of those right now, so I figured I'd jump in and say hi.
It's great to see you. Yeah, you actually read my Substack already. That's wonderful. And it was intelligible?
Yes. The very ending, the opening to the last paragraph section where you say, like, just to tie all this together, that little bit there seemed weird, but for the most part, yeah, it was all good.
Yeah, I struggled with that part. I was working on a bunch of things, like including the live stream notes. I was like, I'm sitting here on the Discord going, I don't know, Risk is seeming awfully fun at the moment, and I really need to get both these things done like now, but they're not getting done. Weird. Just, yeah, we don't have a lot of control over ourselves. But yeah, I was trying to tie all that stuff together. I actually think that I did a better job in the monologue, to be honest, but there was slightly different. They're not totally aligned topics, right? Because I'm trying to cover a lot of ground. But I think between the two of them, I think I did a decent enough job. We'll find out. Time will tell.
Yep.
So you are really on top of as near as I can tell, all of my stuff somehow. Despite limited or practically non-existent Discord stuff. Yeah, most people are on the Discord and like talking every couple of days a week or whatever, right? Every few days. But not you. But you really seem to have soaked in a lot of this stuff. I mean, your quotes and stuff when you recapitulate my work is far better than I could say it in many cases. So how did that happen?
I don't know. I guess I just try to pay attention to things, and some of it sticks. So.
Yeah, it must have something to do with how you see the world versus.
Yeah.
And that's what it is, right? Like everything I do is based on filters. So like I'm not trying to cater to large audiences. I'm trying to cater to people of a certain type because they're more likely to do other things. Right. I don't want a bunch of followers who are just going to drag me down.
Yeah. You don't want just a bunch of chattering talking heads circling you.
Right, or sycophants, worse yet, right? I don't.
Right, yeah.
I don't want any of that.
Mm-hmm.
If you can't add to the conversation, right, by recapitulating my work better than I can, or to a different audience, or by pushing back, then I got to carry you, and I don't want to. I'm too literally sick and too old for that garbage. I've done that before. I've carried whole teams. Ugh, I can't do it anymore. So I'm glad that you're engaged and able to contribute, because it helps when Ethan does a lot of that too. The one at Anthony. Ethan.
Yeah.
These people in there changing names. It drives me nuts.
I'm glad my attempts to contribute are helpful and encouraging. So.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good when people understand the work well enough to talk about it, in better ways, right? And like if people are digesting my work and able to regurgitate it more concisely, or, you know, more to the immediate point or something, then mission accomplished. Right? It's a low bar here. That's all we need, right? I don't want a bunch of people like listening to my meditation app or whatever, like Sam Harris has. That's not my interest, right?
Mhm. Well, I'm thinking here about hierarchy.
Mm-hmm.
I've got this idea that you can I don't know, I came up with this idea, I don't know, before I found your stuff, I came up with this idea, or maybe I stole it and forgot where I stole it from. But basically all life is about relationships, to which is, you know, to God, to other people, and to the world around you. Basically in that order. And that's your hierarchy. Somewhat. You know, at least a simple
Yeah.
one anyway. You can look down at the world, you know, across at people, and up to God.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no, that's the correct, we'll say, trifold relationship from a high layer. The problem is that that's only the individual layer of the hierarchy. So that doesn't resolve hierarchy at all. Right? It may help give you a sense of hierarchy because there's something below you, something beside you, if you will, or on the horizontal, right? And something above you. But the problem is, you know, and this is the problem with John Vervaeke's work. So John says age and arena relationship. And everybody goes, "Oh my God, that's great." And I'm like, you know, fair enough. Like I'm all into that. Like I get it, right? The problem is that you can't think of it that way because there's no arena with only one agent, and there's no agent in only one arena. Well, that creates an exponential, like the combinatorial explosion comes right back. It comes right back immediately. Right. Because again, why does the federal government measure inflation in such a way that it doesn't correlate to the price of my groceries? That's a valid question. There's just a really reasonable, sensible answer to that, which is they cannot and should not concern themselves with the consumer prices of groceries because that's not their business. Their business is not that. Their business is dealing with all of the households across the entire number of people that they are responsible for. And you can't do that directly, right? You can't say, all right, well, we're going to go to 375 million households and resolve this. That doesn't work, right? A tiny number of companies in maybe 3 industries minimum 3 industries drive all consumer pricing for groceries, all of it. It's driven by 3, maybe 4 or 5 industries at most. Industries, though. So multiple companies in each industry strata, right? But industries is a higher strata than your household, right? Or than your neighborhood, or than the city, or than the state. But for the most part, industries span the entire country, right? And in many cases, the globe. So they have to deal with that. That's a smaller number. They can actually deal with a number that small. B, that controls everything else. And once you kind of understand, oh, there's this deep hierarchy, right? Because that's just one quick, small example, right? I mean, even in the US, you know, all politics is local. Well, there's a school board, and then there's the people that run the mayor's office or the town council. That's above the school board, right? And then there's the people at the level of your county. And then there's the people at the level of your state. Well, that's pretty deep. And then there's the federal government. And then there's all these departments under the federal government. And, right. Well, that's pretty deep. And that's not deep enough because, of course, you got to go all the way up. Right. And then you can't go directly to God because it's in the book. Like, I don't know what book you're reading. It's pretty clear all over the place, actually. I'm like, are you just skipping large, important parts? I don't get it. Right? Like, you can't. You've got the judges, right? And they're appealing to Moses, and Moses is the only one, right? And if you try to go around Moses, it doesn't work.
Well, I mean, the problem with going directly to God is that you're like the Israelites, and when you see that God is up there, you don't want to go up there, and so you have to get Moses or somebody else to go up for you. That's just what people do. So,
Right. And if you try to get around that, you get punished. Did everybody miss that part? Because I didn't. I didn't read the book. It's so ingrained in the culture. It's in movies. Like I don't even know what to tell. It's not even in movies about the Bible. It's in like all good movies. Why is this unclear? This is abundantly clear. I don't get it. I'm just flummoxed.
what they say, the proposition that you do when you're in the propositional tyranny, there's the bit where it says that there is one mediator between God and man, the man Jesus Christ. And you take that, remove it from any context, and then voila, we have an excuse not to have our hierarchy.
Right. But then why do you need angels? They're the messengers. Like, right. And believe me, if you got visited by an angel in any way, shape, or form, you would understand immediately why there are angels, and you would thank your stars for that, and then curse them that one visited you, no matter what message they conveyed. Like, this is the lesson. You think you want visions? You don't want freaking visions. You just have to read about people who have visions to figure this out. It'll take about 2 seconds. You'll be like, what? No thanks. Like, I'm out. I opt out. Where's the opt? And there's no opt out button either, which really sucks. Yeah, I mean, once you go direct, like you screw up all kinds of things. Like you're just missing 99% of everything in the world at that point. Like you've completely screwed you. Once you say logos is word, you're done. You're finished. You're cooked. It's over. It's completely over. You want propositional tyranny? Logos is word. Where do you think it comes from, dude? It comes from that ridiculous mistranslation that's so clearly wrong and incorrect. Like, why would I even have to say it? Where are you getting this from? Logos is not word. That's insane. That's literally insane. You have to have a mental disorder.
Well, this was pointed out by Manuel on his thing with Gustav going through Genesis, is that God doesn't speak until he creates light. The word there, he creates the world and then he starts speaking about it. He doesn't start with the word.
Right. Right. So it can't be. Right. There's so many little hints that aren't little and that aren't hints, and everybody just glosses right over them and does, but my translation. And it's like, that's like you're trying to translate a word from a language that actually doesn't have words the way your language has words. Hebrew just doesn't work the same way. Greek doesn't work the same way as English. Like the functional way the language is constructed and the way meaning changes in words is it's fundamentally different. It's different rules. That's why meta means, like, that's why they use meta. Meta means generally outside or apart from, right? I mean, it can mean a bunch of other things, by the way. So you can't say, well, meta means X, because it doesn't. That's not the way Greek works. The language doesn't function in the way English does. You don't have a list of Greek word definitions. That's not how it behaves. The definition is implied. Hebrew's worse, right? The word is implied from the context. And then the definition of the word that's implied is implied from the context. It's crazy. It's like, is that even a language? I don't even know.
Yeah, that's Jacob talks about that all the time.
Yeah, he does. I mean, that's what I like. I mean, he's, pretty straightforward and honest about it. Like, it just, learn a language of a certain type and you think all language works that way. And no, it's this relatively recent phenomena, actually. It's Latin that works that way, but before Latin, nothing worked that way. But do you see the problem of the individualistic perspective exapting out into hierarchy, even though it's there,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Yeah. The individual perspective doesn't work, as far as I can tell. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the upgrade that the science people are doing. They're saying, oh, I can see stuff below me, and I can see stuff on my plane, and I can see stuff above, and therefore, and then they get afraid of hyperobjects or egregores or whatever the hell they're calling it this week because they're retarded. And it just really, like, why is this hard? It doesn't have to be hard.
Yeah, the individualism stuff comes with it's related to like the breakdown of families over time, because it was the Father Eric's thing, and I agree. The family is the smallest, unit or whole thing.
Right.
And so you get people rebelling against that. You have people talking about insane things like found families.
Yeah. I think that comes from the propositional tyranny and the solas explicitly. Like, I think that is where I'd have to like do a bunch of research and a proof and all that. But honestly, I never paid much attention. I mean, this is the problem with the way I was taught history, which I've, subsequently tried to correct, which is the way they were teaching history to kids, and probably still are, is very much that all drivers are political or economic. And it just turns out that there are no drivers in history that are political or economic. Those don't exist. All drivers in history are religious. All of them. None of them, and it's weird, right? It takes about 2 seconds to prove. There's plenty of instances in history where people without resources, rather than go to war, opted to basically just dwindle their population as an alternative. Like, that's it's all over the historical records. So like you can't say what's driven by reason. No, it's not. It actually isn't. We know this. We have incontrovertible archaeological proof of this fact, and people ignore it. They're like, no, it's all economics, it's all resource, or it's all political, and that strays into ego, right? There's no such thing as political. That would be ego, but they don't account for it. No, it's all actually religious. The rest of this is smokescreen and nonsense and trying to disenchant the world.
Yeah, that's the politics is downstream of culture, and culture is downstream from religion.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Right, and people looking at politics and not understanding, you're like, well, I don't understand this. It's a movie. You're not supposed to, like, of course, you weren't there making the movie. You're not going to understand it. That is correct. Right. You have never understood it because it's a projection. It's a movie. It doesn't relate to anything rational, reasonable, and logical from the perspective of the person in the theater. That is correct. It only makes sense if you're in it. That's what House of Cards should have taught people, even though it's a very flawed show in many, many ways. It at least should have taught you that. Like, oh, all of these moves that look one way, from the perspective of the people viewing it, but you've seen the behind the scenes and otherwise. That's what that means. It's just nobody takes away the right lesson. Did you watch House of Cards? I've actually only seen it.
I've not watched that one.
Probably not worth it. I've seen a handful of episodes, and it's weird, right? It's exactly what you should expect. And if anything in it is unexpected, that's on you.
Yeah.
The bad guys are bad guys. Like, not in the show. They're bad people. There is no acting. Sorry.
Yeah, that's something that probably should be more obvious to more people is that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's sort of surprising that people can't tell the difference between, we'll say, character actors and method actors, right? Character actors are just them. Like William Shatner plays William Shatner. He never plays anything else because he can't.
Yeah, Sean
can't
Connery
act.
plays Sean Connery.
Sean Connery plays Sean Connery, right? Just he's that kind of Scott. It's not that hard. Right? They're not acting. That's not what's happening. There are roles because if you take archetypes seriously, of course there are archetypal representations in human beings. Like, duh. Otherwise, archetypes, the whole concept falls apart. So, of course there are.
And yeah, and that's why people get typecast in certain roles when they become actors, because, oh, you played this role, you're this type of person, and that's what you do, you know.
And sometimes that's correct, and sometimes it's totally wrong.
Right.
It all depends. But that just shows you, even these expert directors and casting agents, they're not as good as everybody thinks. They may have that job. It's a really hard job. It's the number of people, like right now, that you can just look around and go, oh my God, like this whole time Joe Biden was brain dead. It's like, how did you not notice that in the beginning? Right? Because those of us who noticed are just like, you're coming to that now? Really? But like, that's normal. Most people can't discern these things. Most people can't tell who's a good actor and who's a bad actor. And sometimes people get lucky and they get cast in the right role and they pull it off. And sometimes that's a combination of them and the director, right? But realistically, it's them, the director, and the script, right? And so you don't know which of the three it is, or how much of each of the three it is a better way to say it. You have no idea. You don't know. And the problem is the director and producers probably don't know either. The actor sure as hell doesn't know. Right? It's a big crapshoot at the end of the day.
Yeah. Make Greek hierarchy good again. Actors are at the bottom, you know.
Boy, that's just more and more. That's just coming out more and more. Right. And especially because they didn't have that category, especially if you include entertainers, like musical entertainers. Like, man, that Katy Perry TikTok thing that's going around, I was like, what even is this? Like, I don't even know what I just saw, but I feel like I should be able to sue on the grounds of emotional distress, because I feel like I've been violated just watching that. Like, wow. It's just, and I mean, it's a clear, natural, obvious evolution from like Madonna, but still, it's like, what is happening?
Yeah.
How did we get to this point? We should have been able to stop this years ago. It was obvious years ago, but again, it's not obvious to people.
Right. Yeah.
Not everybody's going to take the symbolism masterclass from Peugeot. And even if they do, they're not going to understand. Man, you should see some of the other book clubs around language of creation. Oh my God. I've hopped in on a few of them. I'm like, oh wow, these people are really in trouble. I better get out of here. It might rub off.
Yeah. That's always a danger too. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, when Bruce talks about like, oh, I'm very suspicious of symbolism, I'm like, I'm right there with you, buddy. Like, I see why that's true.
Yeah.
But like,
if
if you had the framework, right? If you're a good Catholic and you had the framework, Anglo-Catholics, to be fair, if you had the framework, it wouldn't be scary at all. You'd be like, oh, okay, I understand how to discern proper symbolic relationship. The problem with Protestants coming into it, which they desperately need to some extent, is that they can't not relate Boromir and Judas. It's just ridiculous relationships that make no sense whatsoever and are clearly wrong. Like, they can't tell that they're wrong, and you can't tell them. Like, you definitely can't tell them. They freak out when you try to correct them. I mean, a lot of people aren't used to correction as such. Like, they're not used to like being guided. They're not used to being taught. They're not used to any of it because it's sola, 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 sola. It's all sola. So what? Why would they be used to that? Right? Like I get it. Also, end of the world, but like I understand why it's that way. Yeah, I should do a hierarchy video. It's just it's so hard to do hierarchy. Like I still can't figure out why you guys don't get it.
I don't know. That reminds me of Father Eric's video from a while ago, like the liturgical vision of Vatican II. He was talking was the title of it, but he goes over the different music there, and that's his breakdown of the intellectual, emotional, and like physical types of music, and that's something that now lives rent free in my head. So,
well, I went over with 2 more V's, right? We went over the 3 types of
you did.
3 aspects of music. I thought that was super useful. Ignacio, man, I didn't think I'd ever see you on one of my streams, sir. I'm glad to have you here. I do miss our little chats. They can't see the mountain structure that is the Catholic Church that fits perfectly with the symbolic structure, right? They don't. Yeah, part of it's tools, and part of it is just not the hierarchy's not there. But if you have the hierarchy and you deny it because you're stuck in this propositional tyranny, or you see everything as a tyranny, like that's one thing I didn't really mention because I don't really want to get into it. But like people are seeing everything as a tyranny. Like anything that's not me alone is a tyranny now, and I'm like, no, that's not what. Dude, read some Plato. Like I don't. That's not tyranny at all. Like you think democracy is tyranny? You're a crazy person. Like you think oligarchy is tyranny? No, it's not. Tyranny is very specific.
Yeah, the good archies are good and bad archies are bad, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, well, and that's, I mean, when you don't have a sense of good and bad because you're busy, being non-judgmental or some other stupid thing that doesn't exist, then you really run into these problems because if you don't know good from bad, it's dangerous to submit to a hierarchy. I agree. Also,
yeah,
you don't have a choice.
Well, also, yeah, well, your sense of good and bad gets turned into what I like versus what I don't like, and that's
well, and that could be the individualism frame all over again, right? You could say from the individual perspective, good and bad is what I like versus what I don't like, because there isn't a bigger frame. You flatten the world down to basically you or the frame of the quote individual, which is a non-existent frame, but people are living as if that's why it's so hard, right? You hear people talk about, well, everyone's LARPing. And I'm like, in the sense I just outlined, yes, there are LARPing as individuals because you can't do that. It doesn't work. Right. But in a sense, because that's not what's happening. Like they're actually functioning in the world. So that's not LARPing. And it bothers me in particular because I was there at the beginning of the usage of the term from the people who actually created it, by the way. Sorry. So when people use it, I'm just like, no, that is not what was intended by that term. Please step away from the term. Please stop using that word. You don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Ignacio, tyranny is Ouroboros. Yeah, it's self-referencing, right? It's that the top layer is only concerned with the top 2 layers or the top or itself, right? Then it's not properly integrating the hierarchy anymore, right? That you'll hear the science idiots talk about vertical causality. And again, like on the one hand, it's a huge upgrade. On the other hand, you're so far away. You're so far away. This isn't going to work because you're trying to emerge a unity from below. And that's, you need a wholeness emanating from above. And Like,
Right,
you
yeah.
already got one. You're just rejecting it like a retard. Like, stop that. Like, ah. But yeah, it's a good way to think about tyranny. Is it's self-referencing and parasitic, in the upper layers of the hierarchy. And that's but if your sense of tyranny is anything that goes against my sense of good and bad, which is what I like versus what I don't like, that's why I hate you, Christopher, because sometimes you just distill things so well. Then yeah, you're always going to run into this problem, and everything's going to be a tyranny because there are things above you. This is why everybody, the Vervekis and the Jordan Halls of the world were super afraid when they figured out hyper objects or egregores. They were like, "Oh no, what do we need an egregore to fight the egregore." And I'm like, are you listening to what you're saying? Like, do you even hear yourself? You sound silly. We need our own dragon.
But as far as I can tell, an egregore is just an emergent thing, which is the wrong way to think, as far as I can tell. So
yeah, it's also another occult term. I'm like, oh, congratulations.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
made it right back into Hermeticism without even realizing it. Good job. But yeah, it's the realization when you look up, because you kept looking down all the time and playing God. It's the realization that something could squish you like an ant because you're an ant, and you don't have a way to deal with it because you're not integrated correctly from the beginning. In the beginning, right? Like,
yeah, yeah.
that's why I think I really need to do more work on middle out thinking, because everyone says, because I should probably do it with the myth of World War II. Maybe I should do a myth of World War II video where I say, here's why the myth of World War II exists. It's called middle out thinking, and here's the middle out thinking, right? Because if you start the world
that would
there,
probably be good. Yeah.
Yeah, if you start the world there, the ultimate evil is Hitler. Look, I agree, I guess. I mean, the problem is he's not the only thing that is that evil. And there's no goodness. The closest thing we have to goodness is Churchill. And so when Daryl Cooper comes along and destroys Churchill, or tries to, or even just, tries to tarnish him in any way, shape, or form, he gets absolutely attacked. And rightly so, because even though he's right, he doesn't know how he's right, which is even worse. And he's not right about his statement. He is right that Churchill went directly against orders from superior to try to provoke the war early. And he got in trouble for it. And Cooper doesn't even know that. And he's just, dude, you don't even know what you're talking about. Could you please shut up? You've done no research. You haven't even done Wikipedia level research on this. And so you're not right, because even though you kind of almost have the correct point, you don't know what you're talking about. The correct point is Churchill knew what was going to happen. He wanted to get it done quickly, which would have been the right answer too, by the way. But yeah, and then Peterson comes along and says, well, you think this guy was bad. Look at all these other demons and devils. They're just as bad by material measures. And it's like, well, fair enough. They were, right? But then they can't process it because there's still no good. Right. So there's no contrast. Everyone's bad from World War II on. Fair. But there's, like, you can't do anything with that. The world's still flat, and it's still, fundamentally bad. Ignacio, we can't see symbolically properly. We can't see compositions at every level. Right. You can only see at the level you're at, roughly speaking. Right. Now, the level you're at might not be the level that everyone else is at, even though you're a unique person. Right. Like, that's the problem.
Well, because you're a unique person. Right. Because you're a unique person, you're at different levels. Different people are at different levels, and that's actually a good thing.
Well, different people can be at different levels. Most people are actually at the same level. That's the problem, and nobody wants to hear that. Like, what do you mean I'm no better than my neighbor? Well, actually, the odds that you're any better than your neighbor at that are zero. They're a little bit above zero, but not enough to worry about. Like, just chillax and it'll be fine, right? And we don't have the mechanism anymore to lift people up and to bring them into the right level when they're born into the wrong one, for example. Like we used to have that. You could get adopted into the royal family pretty freaking easily in the Middle Ages. That happened all the time. All the interesting medieval stories are lower birth to upper birth stories. All of them. That's not a coincidence. That's important, right? It wasn't this, tyrannical top-down power from above Marxist nonsense. There was,
Well,
they
yeah,
knew
I
what
mean,
they were doing.
yeah, you can in the hierarchy, you can be lifted up, whatever, but you can't think that, oh, I'm here, therefore I'm like, I've heard this and I think I'm the main character of this story, therefore I should be being lifted up. And I'm mad
Right.
because I'm not, you know?
Well, and then there's the Joseph Campbell problem, which we'll get to right after we read Sally's comment. Good to see your face, X9. So Sally's very happy to see your face. Let me read this, and then I'll get into Joseph Campbell problem. Ignacio, most people don't even see composition. Yeah, that's right. They don't. They just see monads. Boy, we could go into that. I might go into that one of these days in programming, because there's the monad in programming that I absolutely hate in a dialectic, dichotomized way. Yeah, well, we're stuck with the myth of Hegel too. Hegel was an idiot. All his contemporaries said so. That should have been a hint. This is why I like to read sources from people who were there at the time, because Goethe was pretty clear about what he thought about Hegel, and it wasn't very impressive. Let me just put it that way. But the problem is we have this thing called the hero's journey, right? Which is a complete fantasy. It's not a myth. It's a fantasy. It's a made up thing that Joseph Campbell, who, if you just listen to his Bill Moyers interview, isn't consistent in his thought, doesn't understand Star Wars, which he consulted on at all. He doesn't understand the story even a little bit. It's hysterical. I'm like, bro, are we talking about the same movie? Because I don't know what you're talking about. That wasn't in that movie, right? He just has a really puerile understanding, a really childish understanding of the story that he consulted on. And it's like, what's going on? And then you get this hero's journey thing. And it's like, you're going to have to show me some literature where we'll say a normal born human without divine intervention became a hero. Okay. And I'll tell you why, because there aren't any. that doesn't exist in literature. Those are different types of literature. Mythos is a story about a hero. A mythos contains a magical component, right? Magical in the sense of an intervention from a god or gods, right? Or an indirect intervention by, like, Hercules is a great example, right? Hercules is a hero. Why? Because he's divinely born. That's why he's a hero. All heroes are divinely born. They're not normal birth by humans, right? And even in the Bible, right? The Nephilim, right? Oh, wait a minute. The giants. They're divinely born. They're not the offspring of Adam and Eve. They're the offspring of Eve and Angel. Oh, okay. It's everywhere. And then Campbell comes along and flattens it. He goes, no. You human born as Adam and Eve have been born can become a hero by the virtue of the adventure you go on. And it's like, no, you can't. What are you, high? What drugs do you smoke? Listen, you got to share drugs that good, because there's no precedent for that in literature at all. You're just making stuff up.
Well, you're conflating hero with protagonist.
Yeah. They don't have protagonist and antagonist, so they go with hero and anti-hero. And I'm like, are you retarded? There's no such thing as an anti-hero. What are you, stupid? Where did you learn to, like, what literature? I didn't even go to college. And I learned this in junior high. What are you talking? Granted, I went to a very expensive Catholic junior high, but also it might have been college level, but also you're telling me you got a PhD and you don't know this? Like, what are you doing? What are we teaching kids? Protagonist and antagonist, man. Where were you getting this hero, anti-hero garbage from? That's nonsense. It's complete fantasy. Sally Joe. Primordial metaphysical edregors. I like edregors better. Counter false disco toads. That's Jungian physics. Sally's like, How can I say all the words that piss Mark off the most in an almost intelligible sentence? And then unfortunately she's able to do it. So now I'm just going to be mad for the rest of the day. Probably well into next week at this rate. You will never be forgiven, ma'am. Never. Never. You're worse than Christopher here. You did that the other day with that was a few weeks ago. What was that? It was the read the room something. So you tied in of like three different things. It's like, oh my God, that was good.
One of these days, I'm going to write something like that out in iambic pentameter for you. So
that would be delightful. Oh my goodness. Oh boy, do I hate iambic pentameter. Man, I remember that one Shakespeare. It was Julius Caesar. Ye blocks, ye stones, ye worse than senseless things, says Flavius to Morellus. That's it. That's all I can remember. I remember that much. It came in handy too. I was in a high school, and shoot, I don't remember her name. Man, she was a weird girl though. Oh my goodness. She was in, it was had to be sophomore year because I was at Lowell High. And she was bragging about having sex in the cemetery. She's a sophomore in high school. I was like, what? Like, what am I doing? She's an interesting but very beautiful girl who was, it wasn't goth because goth didn't exist, or at least pre-goth. But like, that's what I was like, why are you ruining your looks with this nonsensical? And then I don't know what happened. She needed to know something. And I just pulled that line out because back then in particular, my brain could occasionally do the magic. And yeah, I mean, that's all I remember of that whole the one Shakespeare I read. That's all I remember. And I remember being super angry about the iambic pentameter. Drove me nuts, completely insane. I just hear iambic pentameter, the term, and I'm like, oh, my blood pressure goes up. It's not good for my heart. But I look forward to your iambic pentameter assault on my senses. That'll be be amusing. You can throw in all the sort of spurious fantasy attacks from crazy people on the internet who know not of what they speak and would be greatly benefited if they would just watch a video or two. Imagine not wanting to engage on Paul Vanderklay's channel with my material. That, like, really? Do you think that's harmful? I'm not even saying engage with my channel. You can just watch other people's channels. Nope. We gotta train Sally how to spell Jungian.
Yeah.
That'll be your new task, Christopher's. Every time you see Sally,
corrects all of Sally's punk typos and misspellings.
Oh, just the one. No, not all. That's
not all.
You're not a hero. Yeah. You can't do heroic feats. Just the one. Just Jungian. You just gotta train her to type Jung correctly.
Jung.
Yeah, it's
Carl Jung.
Carl Jung. Carl. It's probably Carl, right? The Germans talk funny. They really did destroy the world. Man, between the Germans and the French, if we could just get rid of France and Germany, I feel like the whole world will be saved immediately. Like, I feel like everything would just be instantaneously better.
Probably, yeah.
The Germans flattened the world. The French fantasized about it. That's the romanticism. I had to do all that research about ages. Did you catch the progression of ages? Our use of the ages in the Substack.
Oh yeah. I saw you. Yeah, I saw you mention that there. Yeah.
I thought the pattern was there, and then I looked it up, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's exactly what I thought. That's exactly what happened.
That reminds me, there was a thing that Ethan, who was in the live stream comments earlier, did a video thing. Started uploading things on YouTube, but one of the things he mentioned was that before he was talking about the Enlightenment, but he mentioned that before Rousseau did his work, there was a major earthquake in like Libsyn or something, and that was a triggering event for people to that was supposed to be like a triggering event for people doing things like more materialistically after that. I haven't looked it up or anything else on it.
There's lots of sort of like a lot of people, you can go back in the art and you can see when the Black Death came through, and you can start looking at the plagues, because there's four or five major plagues from, we'll say, the near the end of the Roman Empire right onward. And you can see the art change and stuff like that, and you can see how people's attention gets shifted. And that's where it's helpful to think about the world as attention, right? And then you really get a sense for, okay, the world is attention. What does that mean, right? The problem is when you're talking about attention, you still need to resolve, signals, information, knowledge, understanding, right? And then you need to figure out wisdom, which this is going to be interesting too, because in the Navigating Wisdom Communities book, there's a lot going on there. So we'll see if the wisdom thing works. We'll find out. We'll find out. Castle was like, wow, I was like, well, there's a lot going on. I just gotta say, if you're gonna do a thing, do it right. So it's sort of, I was thinking about this nature of subversion, right? If you're telling the truth, the only thing you can subvert is a lie. But all lies are subversion of truth. But it's not symmetrical, right? And so that's super important, because everybody, especially Protestants are just everything symmetrical.
Yeah. Well, that's materialism sneaking in, I think. So
there's, I want to do something. I got to do a bunch more research, because it's been way too long since I engaged with this. There's something about the difference between first and second order logic. And I think a lot of people think logic is first order logic. And I'm like, no, that's not correct. And I think people see people do first order logic really well, and they're like, aha, he is really logical. And I'm like, hey, he doesn't do it really well. He just does it above average, and you're stupid. You don't know the difference. And B, there's second order logic. And if you're good at first order logic, you're terrible at second order logic, you have a different set of problems. and that's where the problem comes in. Sally Joe, I want to take the symbolism masterclass. No, you don't. But not more than I want to build things outside my head. Well, that's a good idea. So it's a conundrum. Information will not help has really chopped down distraction activities. Well, that's good to hear. Sally Joe, people can't understand hierarchy because they can't understand yield of people or land, right? And that makes me sad. Well, one of the results of the Protestant catastrophe is the flattening of time. And that's why out of the Protestants, every 30 years or so, you get a death cult, right? Just naturally death cult. And it doesn't take 30 years. You get a big death cult movement every 30 years. But you get the little ones like Jim Jones and Waco and all that. Like you get that stuff all the time. Like you get it all the time in Protestantism, because time is compressed. And even there's a big fight between, like, when did the world begin? And it's like, if the world is attention, the world began when sentient life began, which is basically human beings. And it's not that hard. And if you make it harder than that, you're just making your life difficult for no good reason whatsoever. Right. So I have this whole shtick that I do on a regular basis that some people who, known me for years and years and years find quite funny, where I go, back before the dinosaurs ruled the universe, and like they get it instantly, right? Like if there were only dinosaurs on the planet, then they were technically the rules of the universe. Like that would have been true if the materialist frame had any comport whatsoever, and if you believe the timeline. And like I don't have an opinion one way or another. I'm just saying that's really funny. It's really funny anyway, right? Even if it's not true, it's funny. But if you buy into the scientific frame, like we'll say whole hog, it's even funnier, right? Because now you have to like wonder, what does that mean? Like we're the second iteration of rulers of the universe. Like how does that work? What came before the dinosaurs? Like it just you just spiral out of control. It's really funny. I've done that to people before, not on purpose, but like if you have stupid logic and you start in the wrong place, you're going to spin out real quick. It's going to be fun for me. It's not going to be fun for you, but oh well, nothing I can do about that. Stop being dumb.
Well, the flattening of time thing goes back a bit to the myth of World War II, because there's, I think what people do a lot is they treat that as like the end of history.
Yeah, right.
That's why, there's no enemy after Hitler, and everything that comes up after Hitler that's bad as compared to Hitler, because he was the ultimate evil and we defeated him, and that's the end. We're done now.
Just the whole idea of like that phrase, the end of history. I'm like, are you okay? Do you need is this some kind of medication you forgot to take this morning? Or is this some kind of medication you took that you shouldn't? Why would you talk like that? Like, are you saying time doesn't exist anymore? Because that's what you're saying, whether you realize it or not. And I'm fairly sure that's
Right.
not true. I don't, call me crazy. Like, and then people are, no, it's really clever. And I'm like, by clever, do you mean retarded and dumb? Because I don't know what you mean by clever anymore. I think you've got a problem too. If you're defending something that retarded, it's just stupid. The end of history. It doesn't make any sense at all to talk about that like that. It's like social justice. This doesn't make it. You can't make any sense out of these terms. What are you talking about? Do you even language, bro?
Yeah.
Like, how do you talk
Mass
to those
literacy was a
people?
mistake. I mean,
Yeah, but how do you have a discussion with those people? Like, are we not speaking now? And then if we were speaking now, did we
Right.
not say the things we said because there's no history? Like, I don't understand what you're doing makes no sense at all.
Right.
But I think you're right about the is that Fukuyama or somebody who wrote that book, The End of History? Or
I think that was the guy's name. I seem to remember that.
and then just people buy into these retarded ways of putting words together, and I'm like, I can put words. I personally make up words all the time, like literally all the time. Probably there are some days where I don't make up any words. There are some days when I make up 3 new words, just wholesale, like right off the fly, because I can. And people find it amusing. I find it amusing. I don't care if other people find it amusing, to be honest. I have to amuse myself more often than not, so I do, and then at other people's expense sometimes because they can't keep up. That's fine too. I'm good with it. They give much grace to my indulgence, we'll say, and I'm grateful for that. But like, I make up words all the time. Very silly words, very silly. Usually they're very silly, right? Or I'll modify some word and use some declination that doesn't exist and shouldn't exist, and like I do all kinds of crazy things. But also, like, they're crazy and they're meant to be silly and they're not to be taken seriously. I also drive down the highway and go, ooh, moo cows. It's hit or miss. It's hit or miss. Some of my stuff's really good and some of my stuff is moo cow. You get what you get.
Yeah,
Some of
yeah.
it's just Dr. Seuss. So whatever.
Dr. Seuss or Abbott and Costello.
Right. That's fun. Who's on first? Yeah. Have you ever done that with anybody? I can't do it anymore. I used to be able to do the whole thing.
There was one time I actually tried to do it with another person as a thing. But yeah, that one was good. I want to do, if I was going to do one, I would get the 7 times 13 is 28 is a
Yeah.
one of
There's
my
a few of
favorites.
those fun ones, that some people know. Like I did that once with my uncle, but it takes a lot of training to go through the whole, and you got to wonder at these guys, like they did that. It's like, oh my God, how did you even come up with that? It's so good. It's so funny and it's so spot on. And I think like that's part of what we lost. Like that generation had things like that would show the absurdity of language all the time. Like a lot of comedy is, and comedy kind of shifted, right, with like Bill Cosby in that era, or error, as the case may be, to being situational, in terms of life situation, right? Because a lot of, and Cosby's great, like Cosby's old audio stuff from the 60s and 70s is hysterical. Oh my God. But he does a lot of this stuff where he just takes a child and puts it in the frame of an adult. And then later in the routine, he takes the adult and puts it and makes it into a child, right? It makes the adult say something completely like a 3-year-old, and he just plays with that. It's very life situational. Whereas like Abbott and Costello is just complete goofballery around the language and the sloppiness of words in general, and it's just play and having fun. And I think we've lost that play for language. So if you want to talk about, Vervaeke's serious play, which doesn't exist, he's just talking about play. But he wants to be taken seriously. It's like, I see what you did there. Also, you're retarded. It's just play, and we don't play with the language anymore because the science is taking over, and you have to trust the science because it's very precise and accurate, and valid. Even though that's all lies. Which is just freaking ridiculous. Yeah.
Well, that's one thing I've stolen from you is that science is about refining material towards a goal. So,
right.
And the goal has to come first.
Make Final Cause great again.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's I mean, science itself is just independent validation, which is a very powerful tool. And people always misuse science, right? They use it as a positive. Science works via negativa, as Taleb would say. It works by saying this can't be true, therefore. It doesn't work the other way around. It doesn't, science is not a search for the truth. And it does not make truth claims. That's the way I learned it in school. So I don't know what everybody else learned, but like, it was 100%. And everybody goes, that's Karl Popper or whatever. I'm like, I don't care. It's correct. And I can prove mathematically that it's correct. And you can't prove your recapitulation and your definition works at all. At all. Like, forget about mathematically correct, whatever nonsense. Because I got trapped by this when I was talking to a friend of mine. She actually lives down the street now. She was saying, oh, no, Brene Brown invented her own science. And that's how she, justifies her empathy bullshit. And I was like, you can't just invent your own science because you're bored. Like, that's not how it works. And then I listened to her quote science. And she's like, this is the method that I use to validate my empathy claims. And of course, her empathy claims are all bullshit. And I pointed out to this person, I'm like, did you hear this part? And she was like, well, that doesn't make any sense. And I'm like, bingo, that's her science. Her science doesn't make any sense. That's correct. Doesn't make any sense. It's not consistent. It's completely arbitrary because she wanted this solution to be true. Actually, I've noticed too, I got to do a video on this, although I got to figure out how. Like, academia is a good place for people that do not have sympathy for others. And they're the ones crying out for empathy. But that's the thing they lack the most, or at least the thing they describe as empathy. That's what they lack the most. I figured that I was having a conversation with somebody with a PhD in sociology, right? Which is basically a poor way to scale up psychology. But don't tell them that. They'd get all upset. And like could not actually understand that people who work in software who have to give an update every day in front of the team and the boss on what they've worked on that day and what they intend to do tomorrow and any problems they have would have absolutely no sympathy for somebody who needed to send an email to the boss on Friday once a week. Could not understand why the tech bros would be bullshit. Absolutely bullshit about this. Could not get it at all. And it's the same sort of person, I mean, not in this particular case or explicitly, who would say what we all need is more empathy. And it's like, you mean you want empathy for your ridiculous position that, like, I can't empathize with you. You're in academia, you're in the ivory tower, and your ideas are insane. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you're just nuts. And so I can't empathize with that. Even if empathy existed, I can't even sympathize. I don't even understand it. And you don't understand people outside of academia. So forget about understanding yield, Sally. They don't even understand other people who aren't them. And then I realized a lot of these people talk like they go, wow, you were able to do X? Nobody can do X. They're not allowed. And I'm like, what do you mean? And then I found out, no. A bunch of people can do X and have done X and are allowed to do X, but they were not. And so when they say nobody, they think they're the world. Like they think they're representative of the world. And that's when I was like, this is why the ivory tower exists. These people are useless, utterly useless. So we need to get them in an ivory tower and protect them from the world, because otherwise they'll just get chewed up by reality, and give them something that might be useful in the future to do. And that's basically what academia was designed for. And there's like the evidence is all there. That this is how like this was a deliberate attempt to get rid of people, right? And I was talking with Sally today. I'm like, you got to understand the scientific method and science and research in general, not even the scientific method, but just like research is all procedural. And if you follow the procedure, you get a cookie, right? You get a gold star and whatever, right? And it just they can't do real procedures. Like they can't run a factory because procedures are not equal. They need abstract procedures around abstract things because that's just they're broken in that way. And we found a way to make them useful, even though they're completely broken, and we can do without them quite nicely. Thank you very much. And that's right. That's the problem. But now they've kind of broken out, right? And now, as much as I like Peterson, this is also a Peterson problem, right? Because who rides his coattails? Eric Weinstein. Oh my goodness. Like, talk about the worst possible case scenario. Like him and Sam Harris. It's like, wow, you two are exactly the same. You do things differently, but like you're exactly the same type of ridiculousness. And they break out, and now they think they want to do, and then they do ARC, and it's like, oh my goodness, you guys are so bad at this. Like, and you can't even see how bad you are at it. You shouldn't be operating or trying to operate at this level. And yeah, it's just, oh my goodness, it's just horrible to watch.
Right, and that's the problem with like trying to encourage everybody to go to college, which.
Right. Well, I mean, but to be fair, you follow this procedure, you get the gold star. That gold star means money. And it's like, you do understand that was hindsight bias reasoned backwards, right? And it's like, no, the economists have no idea. They're really stupid. Like, I think Taleb is right. Most economists are frauds. I mean, he says all. He backed off on that a few years ago. But like in the books, he says all economists are frauds. He says it all over his books. It's completely hysterical. It brings me nothing but joy. But he's backed off because I think he met Stephen Dubner, who did Freakonomics, and he's like, oh no, Dubner gets it because he does. Like he's not a fraud. He knows what he's talking about. But that's part of the problem when the academics are kind of let out of the academic cage, or when you put people in the academic cage because you think it's a factory that generates money because you get the gold star through the procedure, right? And then you just end up with a bunch of people who are just not suited for that, and then you have too many people on the market because you don't actually understand how a market works because most economists are frauds, and then all of a sudden you're like, now no one makes any money. It's like, good job. That was one of the things Peterson said. I can never remember both of them at the same time. There were two things that Peterson said that I was like, oh my God, I thought I was the only person on the planet that knew this, right? But one of them was, did you ever notice the correlation between women in the workforce and salary, right? Because as more women dump on the workforce, salary goes down. In other words, salary doesn't move at all in relation to the size of workforce ratio to population. It doesn't move at all. Salaries have not changed since the 1970s. That's actually a lie, not on a ratio basis. What happened was you doubled the workforce. Right. So you spread the same amount of money out amongst more people, twice as many people. So you effectively have the salaries of every single person. Right. But because that disconnects everybody, with some exceptions, the double income, no kids thing is real, man. Those people have nice stuff. And two working parents, whatever, but their kids go to fancy schools or whatever. But like, that's not better. Like, that's way worse. It's way worse for everybody. It's worse for the kids. It's worse for the mother in particular, right? And it devalues the father. Right. It devalues work as such.
Yeah, and that's also like bad for the culture because both parents are working. They can't pass anything on to their kids.
That's right. Well, and it destroys the hierarchy. Like, mom and dad are equal. They both go to work. Like, what's the difference between mom and dad? And then the next thing you don't know what a woman is. And then you're stuck in a propositional tyranny. So the only way you can know what a woman is by having some propositional definition. And I think this is one of the things they missed with the What is a Woman documentary, which was absolutely brilliant, by the way, which was the answer to his question. The answer was to go home and ask your wife. Right. But her propositional answer is not what answers the question. So that's the only, like, if I were to critique it at all, that was my only critique, is that he should have said, go home and be with your wife. And he should have just gone home and been with her. And that would have been the absolutely correct answer. And it would have been like, oh, I see. You can't answer this in propositions. It doesn't make any sense. But we've flattened communication down to propositions. And then we're stuck in a propositional tyranny as a result. As I said in the beginning. So yeah, I mean, it's so clear to me too. And I'm just watching all you poor little ants not getting it. And I'm like, really? It's so easy. You're making it hard. You're coming up with like, well, if you look at the generational split and you do that, and I'm like, oh my goodness, this is so much easier than all that in math. All those polls, all that nonsensical Curtis Yarvin framing. Curtis Yarvin drives me nuts. He's not even wrong. It's like, please stop. Don't do this to people. They deserve better. Did you read ahead on the book club? Do you know what we're up against for tomorrow?
Yes, we're coming up on we're talking about Abraham and the angels again. And then they're going over the rainbow is the next one.
Oh.
With Noah. Well, those are the next two chapters anyway. I read beyond that, but I don't remember what the order was after that. So
this is a section of the book I haven't read. So I got bored.
Okay.
On my first reading, I got bored. Eventually, I'm like, it's boring. I know all this stuff. This is nothing new. I mean, I don't know. I didn't know any of the biblical quotes, but like all the pictures, which is the important part. I'm like, yeah, of course. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I see what you're doing there. Yeah, I got it. The number of Catholics I know that just like flipped through the pictures and went, oh yeah, it makes sense. I'm like, yeah, they didn't even read the text. They didn't need to. It's like, wow, I can see this in the picture. It's like a picture's worth 1,000 words. True, right? I didn't even go into that. I could have gone down that rabbit hole in the monologue. Like, just think about this saying: "A picture is 1,000." Oh my goodness! Now that would have added like an hour to what I was trying to say. I kept having to cut. I'm like, I could do this and I could do that. I'm like, no, you can't. You've got to cut this down. And that was 8 bullet items. The whole notes was 8 bullet items. That's what I did this time. So I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out. Tomorrow, how everybody received it. But I felt like I pulled it off. The monologues are always tricky because I never know. I'm always experimenting a little bit, so I never know how that's gonna play out. And unfortunately now we're at the point where I keep having to ironically talk about the fourth thing, right? The fourth wall, if you will, the implications of the 3 things. You want to put it that way, right? So I have to stray right into religious language. Like there's no way around it now. I keep crashing into it and going, well, I guess I got to mention creation again because like where else am I going to go? Like I don't know what else to do here. I can't secularize this. There's we're bumping right up against material. There's no more materialism here. It just that line was crossed. It's all over. I want to get people into the symbolism somehow, but we gotta transition them into the hierarchy first. I think that when people misinterpret symbolic world, the language creation stuff, I think that's the problem. They're still stuck in the flat world. And so the symbolism, what are you going to do with it? Yeah, of course you're going to say Judas and Boromir are the same character or some other ridiculous thing that makes me want to murder all of humanity. So stupid. Exactly. It's so dumb. 2 separate people. I'm like, is that what did you just say that? Like, what? How are you even, why would you come up with that? And they try to tell them Tolkien was a Catholic and they don't get it. They wouldn't even understand the significance of their level of misunderstanding of his work. They're not getting any of this. No wonder why they're fooled by Gerard. Oh, what a snake. I should do a expose on that and just it puts me in a bad place, right? Because I have to say, do you agree with this quote? Right? And then people are gonna go, you're taking him out of context. And I'm like, yes and no. I'm not showing you the whole evil progression of how he got you there. That's true because it's too hard because he does it very slowly over hours. But also the statement itself is incorrect and bad, wrong, and evil. So maybe we should be a no on that statement out of context. How's that? So I don't know. I'm thinking about how to do it. I could just splice it together, right? I could in theory just find all the parts where he talks about the same thing and how he changes the word like one word at a time. He uses the same sentence almost. He doesn't actually do this. It's very close. He uses the same sentence over and over again, changing one word each time. And then the sentence is a completely different. He does that with scapegoat. Right. He goes from guilty scapegoat to completely innocent scapegoat. And I'm like, bro, in the beginning, the scapegoat was rightfully guilty. So what's wrong with scapegoating a guilty person? Like, where's the wrong in that? Right? To all the way to, well, no, it's fully innocent and it did nothing wrong. And I'm like, how did you get there? What shouldn't we deal with that? Like, what happened? The beginning scapegoat thing, when you said scapegoats were good, and now you're saying scapegoats are bad, and you just switched the scapegoat. Like the valence of the scapegoat went from guilty to innocent. And I'm like, well, I mean, fair. If you're gonna like hang an innocent man, that's not good, but it's not what you talked about in the beginning.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if you're going to do an innocent scapegoat, I would probably start with, the Israelites were told to go and have the scapegoat there. They would, pray and put all the sins of the people on the scapegoat and send the scapegoat out. And there's, as close as you get to whatever. If you want to talk about an innocent scapegoat, that's what that would be, because this, the scapegoat is being sent out instead of the people for there. But I mean, I don't know how you would get there from a guilty scapegoat or say that it's bad or whatever other move he's making with that. So,
well, he says all of civilization is based on scapegoat, and then at the end he's saying we can't.
Why would you say that? I don't know.
Right. Well, and then he says we can't do that anymore. And I'm like, are you saying we need to end civilization? Because that's what you're saying. Like, why would we need to do that? Oh, because you're French, and the French want to end anything that prevents them from buggering whatever they want whenever they want. That's why. Yeah. That's the real reason. This is why my ancestors left. Yeah, it's unbelievable. And no one sees it. I'm like, are you serious? You listened to this guy and you didn't see this. Like, what did you listen to that he said? Are you just not paying attention? You probably read Plato's Cave and thought it was a story about breaking free from your educational system or something stupid, which Plato denies is possible. I don't know. I have a whole video on that. I don't know. This is the problem. Everyone's like, we need more books. We need more education. We need more. I'm like, bro, it doesn't work. Look what people did to poor Plato. Like, my God. I don't know what they think they read, and they teach this I'm like, you're telling me right now that somebody in college told you that Plato's Cave means this. And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. I would hang that person. I would actually hang them. I would put them up and I would just by the neck. Like Plato says in the text, it's impossible. Impossible. Like, what are you talking about? It's not what that story is at all. Did you read the rest of book 7? Like, hello? The point of book 7, the thing he contrasts the cave with, is super important. It's what makes the city work. And you want to do away with it. What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm tempted to get Play the Republic and read through it along with the Wisdom Community Book Club there, but
yeah, the Texas Wisdom Community Book Club was fun. I had a lot of fun with that. Although, like, I'm not joking either. Like, I knew my whole life I should not read this book when I'm young because I will just end up angry. And boy, was I right, because I'm just flamingly mad about that still, because it comes up all the time. It comes up all the time. And I'm like, bro, what book did you read? Because now I've read it and you're wrong. Like, you've got Plato backwards. Like, how did you do that? Like, that's amazing. Like, I don't know. You got him backwards. That's impressive. Like, he says no to this, and you're like, Plato says this. And I'm like, he says no to that. What are you talking about? He says no at every layer of the text in every possible way. And you're like, no, this is what Plato says. And I'm like, it's like the opposite of what Plato says. What translation are you using? Like, what did you do? How did you? And it's all Age of Gnosis, individualism, materialism interpretation. And I'm like, oh, well, I can see how you could convince yourself that ignoring certain words in the text where Plato says, no, this is impossible, would be advantageous to your individualistic perspective. But also, what book did you read? And then everyone's telling me, no, we just need better education. And I'm like, oh my God, this is how we got here. Please, no more education. Go work in the field. Then we'll chat. Book 10.
Yeah,
Did you see my book 10 video?
I did. Yeah.
Oh my God, dude. It just drives me nuts. I can't even think about it because I'm like, that's it. I'm going to deal with this the right way. We need physical intervention against people now. Man, did that make me mad. Oh, that made me so mad. That just, the cave is bad enough, but we're just going to skip over the whole last part and ignore it entirely and lie and say that Plato hated stories. I'm like, oh, he did, huh? That's why he put one in the end of the Republic, because he hated them and he thought they were evil. That's definitely how that works in the real world. What are you talking about? Did you read what he wrote about Homer? Did you? Or did you just read part of it and skip the rest? Because it's all about skipping. That's like the Protestant thing. We're just going to skip the parts we don't like, and we're going to take them out of context because we think we can read a book. You probably can't. You're probably too stupid to read the book. I hate to break it to you. This literacy is overrated. That would be interesting to trace. If you can trace, we'll say, all misreadings of texts back to the Protestant catastrophe, because I suspect that to be the case.
Well, I mean, you can probably trace printing books to that, because that's what they did, is they got the printing press so they could print Bibles so that everybody could read it, and then they started printing other books after that. And
well, in flyers and stuff, like, I mean, a lot of people don't realize the impact of like the printing press, the portable printing press in particular, is like completely pivotal in the American Revolution. I mean, and it's not Thomas Paine, it's Thomas Paine and Ben Franklin, because Franklin's printing his stuff, which is just practical. Right. It's the early Farmer's Almanac, roughly speaking. And like that stuff works, like it's important, right? But it's all, materialistic and detached from, and then that oddly gives the US this strange advantage, because we're not from Enlightenment values. That's actually, anybody who says that, again, we gotta hang people. There's no way around this. We're Scottish Enlightenment guys. That actually matters a lot. Like the other Enlightenment guys were morons, and we didn't take from them at all. We just ignored all the other, quote, Enlightenment thinkers. So we're not an Enlightenment-based country. That's just false. We did take the good stuff from, from Smith and Hobbes and, a bunch of these other guys. But like, and threw out most of the Enlightenment thinkers. They're gone. Like, we didn't take a word of their garbage because we knew it was garbage. It's all based on Greece and Rome. It's not based on on Hobbes and these other retards. Like, it's just not. Like, I don't like, where did you read about? How did you come to this conclusion? I want to see your work. I want to see your freaking research. Oh, you didn't do any. All right, now it makes sense. But if you did research, there's no way you come to that conclusion. Impossible. They wrote who they were stealing from. Like, it's all written down. You can just look. It's not that hard. They actually read Plato's Republic correctly too, unlike everybody else who couldn't, apparently. Oh my God. And then people still argue with me, and I'm like, what is your argument? Have you never met somebody who like watched a movie and saw a different film than you? Because I run into that all the time. Why do you think this is a solution? Maybe AI will fix it, though. I don't know. If we just get the right propositions and everybody follows them exactly the way I think they should, then everything will be fine. It's like, as long as you're not playing God, I guess you're fine.
Well, if everybody had the right propositions and followed them the way I think I should, we would be probably recreating the Tower of Babel. But
That's the irony, right? It's like, did you skip part of the book where it talks about the tower? And no, you read that. Are you sure you read that? Could you read that part again? Like 60,000 more times. Just read that part, okay? It was like, that's all of Protestantism is just like, how do we recreate the tower? But we're going to get the tower right this time. Oh, no. No, it's not what the story says. You're misreading it. It is a focus on literacy post printing press is real. It's a real problem. And everyone's now they're wrapped up in this. Did people read aloud or in their head? Like, and I'm like, what difference does this make exactly? Because now we're full on Harry Potter mode. Well, if you say it out loud in the right intonation, then things happen. And I'm like,
No.
yeah, exactly. But here's the interesting thing, Christopher. I don't know the answer to this because I'm just not that well read at the end of the day. Like, I don't think that there are any magical systems in any fantasy books that work like that. Pure words. Like, I don't think there are any. Like, I don't even think crazy fantasy people think that you can just speak words and things happen, even in their crazy fantasy worlds. Like, I don't think that's in literature anywhere. I think that's totally made up. I might be wrong because I haven't read a huge ton of fantasy, but it's almost always wrapped up in at least hand motions and magical objects, right? Like, the minimum is a triumvirate of hand motion, word, magical object, right? Harry Potter, you got to have a wand. The wand's already magical, right? And then you've got to have the motions of the wand, right? Wingardium Leviosa, right? Like, and you have to have the right intonation. It's still three things, and like I don't know. Where are you getting this from? I don't understand. You didn't read it.
I don't know. I don't know where they would have got it from, but I have seen like movies or TV shows where they said that, implied that the using three things, whatever, was like the basic things. And if you get really good, you can start eliminating those. But probably just insane morons.
Yeah, that's fair. Where the really good magicians don't seem to use them all in the same way or something. But the best magical system is Feist's Magician Apprentice, Magician Master, which right in the first, although you get to read the whole stupid Rift War saga because it's awesome. But like right in the beginning, like right in those two books, he introduces two magic systems. So there are just two magic systems. To be fair, they're not in the same world.
Right.
Which is that's why the Rift War happens. Is because he gets transported to another world with a different magic system where he sucks at the normal Wingardium Leviosa magic. But he can do the pure mind magic. And that's the closest thing. But they don't need words. They're not relying on words. He's actually Magician Master is all about him just thinking things and they happen. But he doesn't have very good control over them. So all kinds of weird things happen. But I like that series. That was a lot of fun. It was an interesting exploration of how those things work and what happens when you go from, we'll say, one magical world to a different magical world. Although, actually, to be fair, the mind magic does work in the first world. It's just they can't identify it. So things happen and they look, they're like, what happened? I don't know. The goblin fell on the rock and died. It's like, what? Right. Meantime, he caused the goblin to fall, right? But he didn't know that he did it because he didn't do it deliberately, sort of a thing. It's all full of that stuff. But and they do cool things. Like at one point in the series, they go all the way back in time to the beginning. And then they're coming out of that, right? They go all the way to the Big Bang equivalent in the world, which is really cool, actually. I really like what he did with that. And he's like, well, why did this happen? You know, why? Effectively, the effective question is, why did God do this to us? Like, we know there's a power responsible for this. Why did he do it? And the answer is, well, he probably just wanted to see show somebody how cool it was that he created the world. And I was like, this is kind of fun. It was a fun little, like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. Like, that's kind of funny, right? And yeah, it's just Feist playing around with whatever. And he's an interesting character too. As an author, he's an interesting character. I like Feist. I thought his it's light, it's relatively light reading too, so it's not super difficult. Donaldson, Stephen R. Donaldson too, his Thomas Covenant. Although the first 3 books are good, and not so sure about the rest. I think the first 2 books are really good. He's just got, like, Lord Fowl's Bane is like excellent, but the One Tree is good for different reasons, and it's really good. It's just rough. Like, man, he doesn't play around. You're upset about the sexual scene in Star Wars, huh? Well, don't read Donaldson. He ups that by 1,000,000,000%, man. That guy ain't screwing around. He just goes right into stuff. It's like, oh, dude, really? This is how you're gonna start your book? Really? The second one starts off 100 times worse, and you're like, well, I didn't think you could top the last one, but in fact, you can. Look at that.
Well, that's one of the things in the Wheel of Time books. He's going along, and it's light adventure, stuff, and then he goes into the evil people, like torturing somebody, and there's a definite like tone shift that he puts in with that. And it's
yeah, Donaldson does it. He starts out with a leper, in this world, we'll say, and then he just gets thrown into another world, and it's so violent that he does violence immediately.
Right.
Right, and it's like, whoa. And then that has these repercussions that go to the second book, and it just it's tough. It's a tough read, actually. That one is a tough read, because it's really bad. Like, it's really, really bad. But he gets such cool concepts, like the Haruchai, like they're and like the horses, like the creatures of the world know when they're needed, and they arrive just in time. And I'm like, that is so cool. It's just it's so weird the way he works that into the text, and then the interplay. And they're very deterministic too. Like the creatures in the alternate world where he's healed are completely deterministic. They're all like amor fati, right? Love of fate. It's really interesting to read, because they're just kind of like, yeah, this is just the way it is, and whatever. Yeah, I couldn't, like, I tried reading Robert Jordan, and I was like, this guy he just like, whatever. He's like 12 years old. Like, his writing is just, the problem with me engaging with things is I like the top 10% of whatever it is. Right. So like,
right.
The majority of classical music to me is complete garbage and trash, and I won't. The majority of jazz, and I have exceptions. Like, I like good pop music. That's way more than 10% of it, but because it's pop, it's like, what is good pop music? Well, if it doesn't make you think too much and you kind of get the happy feels, then you're good, right? Like, it's good pop music. It can be totally retarded. It doesn't make any difference at all, right? But like, for the most part, like, heavy metal, yeah, it's just really a handful of heavy metal bands. Everybody else is terrible and should be shot, right? And it's the same, but it's the same with writing. But with writing, with me, like, we could talk about writing code, or we could talk about writing books or articles or whatever. It's probably top 1%. Like, I'm just really sensitive to that. I don't even want to mess around. Like, don't give me this garbage 99% trash. Like, get away from me. And writing's tough too, because people don't Although they're starting to, I'm starting to hear Critical Drinker talk about the difference between, good directing, good acting, good storytelling, good characters, right? Good pacing, good, right? He's starting to differentiate the correct set of components. He doesn't always get it right. He's starting to differentiate the correct set of components, saying, like, you have to have some number of these be reasonably good, right?
Right.
And
Yeah.
like Game of Thrones is just, I'm sorry. Like, if you like, I know, like, good friends of mine have read the book, and I'm like, bro, this book is written by a 12-year-old. Like, just the writing is terrible. The characters are awful. The storylines are terrible. He's juggling way too many storylines. Like, and they're not at all surprising or interesting. There's no twists. Like, it's all obvious schlock, and I'm just like, why do you like this? It's horrific. But the problem is really good visuals, like, even in the writing, like, it's really good visuals. And it's one of those things people don't understand. Like, if you have excellent, an excellent way to visualize something, that's really attractive to people.
Yeah, I don't know. It's in the Wheel of Time books, I know Robert Jordan, he has like description of like all these sword fighting moves that they pull off. He'll tell you, like it's, it's obviously based on, like he did, like, the Tiger Strike or whatever from the, Kung Fu or whatever. So he's got things like that written out for it.
Oh, in detail?
And well, sort of, he like says like he did this, followed by this, but I don't know. I read the fight scenes and I don't actually know what they look like.
Right.
But
right. Well, some people are enchanted by that level of detail because
right.
It's not like pixel perfect detail, but it's screen perfect detail. And if you can write screen perfect detail in a story, the reader can project into that in a coherent way. And that's just enchanting.
Right.
Like, that's fantastically enchanting. I'm not like, I don't know that I could do that, which is one of the reasons why I don't actually write fiction for public consumption. We'll say I have written fiction, but I don't think I'd even try it for public consumption. Because that takes some practice to be able to give the user a screen with just enough detail that they fill in the rest and they fall into the story. Because that's basically what you're doing. Right. But like, that's all you have to do. Because if you just do that, you can write like a 12-year-old. You can, this is actually, if you want to know how this works and see it work, read young adult novels. Because that's all they are. Because you have a highly imaginative audience in a young adult, and their lives are, you were a young adult, right? Like, there's just 4 things going on in your life. That's it. Like, all these things are taking, you don't have to have a job, right? You might have a job, but it's optional, right? You don't have to have a job. Right. You don't have to, you may have to clean your room, but you don't have to clean the house, right? Like, you may have to do some of your laundry some of the time. Right? You may have to do the dishes every once in a while. You might have to cook a meal, right? But realistically, you're not head of house. You're not like, there's all these things you don't have to deal with. And you're probably not driving yet and stuff like that. And so you only have like 4 concerns when you're that age, right? And before you start driving, we'll say. And so it's easy for them to find a pattern in a story. But all you have to do is write at a 3rd grade level, right? And then put in enough detail for one of the 4 patterns, and you're all the kids will buy it because they'll see one of the patterns, or maybe you put 4 in. It's not that hard, right? They'll see that in there and they'll just snap up the book because they can jump into the book. And it's all you need. It doesn't need to be well written. And people don't realize that, right? And then what Drinker complains about all the time, his primary concern is no character development. And that's because writing character development is really hard, right? Because effectively what you're doing is you're writing something you're trapped in. And so you either have to use other people and write them in, or you have to do the actual author thing, which is actually somewhat, can't do it on demand, where characters write themselves.
Yeah.
All the good authors, if you read about all the good authors, I've never read an author talk about their work that I considered a decent author that didn't say characters wrote themselves and they had no idea what was happening in the story.
I don't know. I've heard that. I've not read Charles Dickens really, but I've heard that his characters don't have character development. Other than maybe like Scrooge. Yeah, other than Scrooge, it was like that's what I heard. That's what I've heard about him. I've read it, but he's like none of his characters have any development except for Scrooge and at Christmas.
But Dickens is social critique. Like he's actually not writing stories. Like this is where people get confused, right? We have a very flat view of the word story. He's actually not writing stories. He's writing critiques, or maybe he's writing a subversion of a story called a critique, and it's a social critique. And the thing about that is, there's one other author too that did this, but like Dickens in particular, like he's the one that basically sparked off the U.S. to not do the bad things that England did during their Industrial Revolution. And so that's how we ended up ultimately, not directly, but ultimately that's how we ended up with national parks. Was people were reading Dickens going, oh, isn't this horrible? We don't want that to happen here. Because the United States still to this day identifies as English, roughly speaking, or European in general. And it's weird, right? It's very weird. And that's why when I listen to what is it, Justin Brierley and Tom Holland there one day, they were talking about, because PBK was raving about them. They were talking about being in the university and how everybody there had American exceptionalism. And I'm like, because I was always like, I have never, ever in my life, I've lived in this country my whole life, heard anybody spew American exceptionalism. Everybody I've ever met in the United States has said, Europe's awesome. And I'm like, what? No, it's not. Like, have you met Europeans? Like, what are you talking about? You should talk to Europeans. Even they don't think Europe's awesome. But in the universities, they absolutely have. But that's because they're ivory tower academic elitists. They just have like exceptionalism problem. It's not American exceptionalism. It's just personal exceptionalism. Because every American I know wants to go to Europe, be in Europe, live in Europe, be European. Like nobody wants to be American. Nobody. Everybody wants to go
probably
back.
A Boston thing. That sounds like more like a Boston thing. I know that's not a redneck thing, but
well, no, but the rednecks aren't American exceptionalists. Like they don't down talk Europe. They don't care. Like they don't. Rednecks don't down talk to anybody. They're just like, whatever, bro. You do you. They're very think that it is what it is. You are what you are. I are what I are. They're not concerned with worldly things. They're really concerned with what the hell's happening tomorrow, or right now. They don't involve themselves in this hoity-toity sort of, well, if I had money, I would. They don't even think that way. Yeah, they don't even. It's weird. They don't even think that. That's why when you some of the people, so the people in the South who have come from nothing, they're super down to earth. They're fantastic to hang out with. Absolutely fantastic. And you can tell them from the people that were born into money, man. Boy, can you tell down south. Up north, you've no idea. No way to tell. None. It's impossible. You can tell if a family has money. Maybe it's different now, but like when I was growing up, you could tell if a family had money. And maybe you could tell if that was like deep inherited, Mayflower child money, because that's a thing up there, or Daughters of the American Revolution, the DAR stuff that they talk about on Gilmore Girls. Like that's real. That's 100% real. It's 1,000%. It's so real. But you can't differentiate. You can in New York, but in New England, you cannot differentiate the people who came up very easily, like because they all have the same attitude about money and flashiness, and they're not flashy. You go to New York, somebody has money, they're going to tell you all about it. They're going to tell you how much they have, how they got it, where they think they're going to be next year with their money. Like they just like, it's like, oh bro, don't even
see
go
Donald
there.
Trump.
Right. You just look at Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not at all ashamed of his money. But in New England, nah, nobody talks about it. Nobody makes a big deal out of it. Bruce.
Howdy.
Bruce,
Did you hear me bad mouthing you earlier or no?
Sir. No, I didn't. I mean, I'm not surprised, but
Fair.
Which part of me, the New York, the Yankees, or the Christian Reformed? Which one?
The Christian Reformed. I'm not going to go after New York and Yankee part of you. Like that's a given horrible trait. Like why would I have to go after
somebody's got to be the best. I'm sorry, you guys are stepbrothers, but we'll still fight together, Mark.
That's true, my friend. We will. Yeah, no, I was semi bad mouthing Reformed. I did at least differentiate them for you, but
well, that's fair enough.
Nothing you haven't heard before.
There have to be dwarves. We can't all be the elves.
It's not an invalid point. I'm still struggling with it. Believe me.
But I embrace it. Well, if we're in the United States, I still submit that we are a WASP nation, and I will die that way. So
man, I do struggle with the WASP thing because that
it's a reality.
Well, it's an interesting frame, but like after Colin Woodard, it's hard to put everybody in the WASP bucket.
Well, there are distinctions between the WASPs, don't get me wrong, but there's a tied identity there, and I think an Albion seed gets into this too. There's a sense in which being American has a stronger pull, and I would say coming to America early, stronger pull than, say, your particular religious identity in comparison to other countries. Other countries, their nationhood and their religion are one and the same. That's not the case here.
Yeah.
Especially in Orthodoxy.
Is hard.
Especially in the Eastern world. Your religion, well, not even just Orthodoxy, it's just because I'm a Christian frame, but Eastern religion. They're kind of tied to the state.
Well, they should be. That's the problem.
Well, yeah, and so it's a little different here. There's a little more liberty, individualism here, right?
Well, no. I mean, here it's supposed to be tied to the state. It's just supposed to be differentiated at the federal level explicitly.
Well, I meant the nation, right? Not the states. Yes, well, agreed.
I don't think there are other nations.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Prove me wrong. Like, well, the only case you could make is you could now make a case for India being a nation, but it's just India and the U.S. There are no other nations. That's insane. I think it's explicit, actually. I think I can prove it.
Would you call like an empire a nation, or they're distinct, right?
No, it's an empire.
Yeah, right.
I mean, the way you hold together an empire is completely different. And, and actually, an empire is actually an error from Napoleon, like explicitly. Like, there's no such thing as an empire. That's nuts.
Well, I mean, I don't know. The Russians were an empire before Napoleon.
I would love to go into the translation and etymology of all that, because
Yeah,
I
that's a
bet
good
we're
point.
going to find something very, very different from Napoleon's conception.
Hmm.
Because
That's a good point.
Napoleon flattens the world. Like, he definitely flattens.
Yeah, I
the
agree with
world.
that. I agree with that. Yeah.
I mean, it's not, he doesn't start the flattening. The flattening begins, roughly with Henry VIII, right? And then becomes explicit when they behead the English king. And that really accelerates everything. I mean, that's when things get really, really bad.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. There's something to that.
Yeah, but it's hard for me to say that there's another nation. Maybe India is another nation, because India has a bunch of states, but like, other than the U.S., like, everything else is actually not a nation at all. They're all either legacy kingdoms.
Yeah, empires. Yeah,
right, or they're kingdoms. They're not empires. That's the thing.
China might be an empire.
Yeah, I would really have to nail down a good definition of empire. That's always my complaint, is nobody really has a good definition of what empire is. And then they go, the American empire, because you have influence outside your own country. And I'm like, name a country that doesn't have influence outside its own borders. And then they start drooling with their mouth open, because you can't do that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's good. I would say that there's nations have less centralized control. Largely speaking, empires maintain it while also still having some semblance of this separation. And kingdom would not have real separation, to be fair, outside of the class.
Well, I mean, I think empire is just a corruption of having an emperor. So you get the Holy Roman Emperor.
Yeah.
Right?
That's true. Yeah.
What he is a king of kings, explicitly.
Yeah.
Right? And then he just has a bunch of titles in a bunch of countries. But that maintains the intimacy, because every country you go to, he's got a title specific to that nation, or specific to that country. And then everybody's under his, quote, empire. But he has a personal, private relationship with each kingdom under the king.
Yeah, I like that sort of model a lot of times. I think it exemplifies a biblical model to some degree. So that works well. Yeah.
Right. I'm pretty sure there's a king of kings in the Bible somewhere. At least that's what I've been told.
Yes.
I haven't read the book. So
that is Christ. Yes.
Is that near the end somewhere? I don't know. In the middle.
It's all over.
Yeah, I mean, I think the things we call empires now are just a complete random hodgepodge of misunderstanding.
It's definitely a pejorative now, which is unfortunate, I think, the way that it's been minimized to that, right?
We've got to flatten the world. We've got to disconnect everything and dissect it all, Bruce.
Yeah. It's effectively
on board.
Effectively, people conflate empire with imperialistic dictatorship or something like that, right?
Right.
Well, this is what you were saying earlier, Mark, about people referring to like any authority above them as a tyrant,
as a tyranny. Yeah. Just any sort of structure that's higher than you is tyrannical, and that's just, I don't know how we got there, but that is where we got.
Well, somehow. I could see. I mean, it's not that hard to see how you get there. Radical individual libertarianism would teach you that to some degree.
Well, individualism in general does it by itself. Yeah. If
you
think there's such a thing as an individual and you try to LARP that in the world, then you're going to get a bunch of
Marxism.
problems.
Marxism would also do that. Oppression.
Yeah. Well, Marxism is. This is the funny part. Like, it's easy to see that Marx is 3 years old and that his version of the world is just one person, usually himself, right? Because like he just. Well, anybody can run a factory. I mean, he doesn't say that, but it's implied. And it's like, bro, obviously not. Like,
obviously not. Yeah.
Why wouldn't they? Like, what would be stopping them, right? He doesn't have an answer to that. He just says capitalism bad over and over again. And he has
Well,
16 definitions for capitalism, so it doesn't even make any sense.
anyone can do anything they want.
I went and grabbed all the sentences where he uses the term capitalism. It's a mess. Like he's using that word. Man, that word's doing so much work. I don't know what he means when he uses that term. I have no idea. I don't think anyone else does either, because the way he's using that word in that book, that is all over the map. People don't even notice. They read something into it, and I'm like, this is not what he's saying at all. No,
You keep
granted,
using this
what
word.
he's saying doesn't make any sense because he's wrong
Yeah.
and stupid, but that doesn't
keep-
mean you should read into it. You should burn the book. Like,
I do not think it means what you think it means.
Exactly. You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think
Yeah.
it means.
Yeah, well, that's also sort of a it's related to the same empire problem, right? Using words, they don't mean what they people say they mean, and they don't even know what they mean. So at some point, it's a futile pursuit to even discuss things with these people.
Yeah, and I think that's the propositional tyranny, right? I mean, is, people would rather like talk things out than just go sit and have a drink together and a cigar on a Thursday. Right. And like, it's weird, right? Because it's kind of magical. So I've actually been to Bruce's little shindig on a Thursday. I hope to go again this year, actually, at some point. But it's magical, right? Because the propositions are there and they're all over the damn place. Like, there's no question about it. But they're changed by the participation in the whiskey and the stinky cigars.
Yeah, that is true. Sorry about the smoke, but there's something also about that symbolically that can't get away from. And I'm not a symbolist, but I agree with that.
Smoke rises, and it matters that what's coming out of your mouth is going up, right? Because it reminds you that the words you're saying are being received up.
Yeah,
and it reinstantiates the deep hierarchy. Like,
it also works
does
well.
all that for sure, and it's not we'll say symbolic in the way that people brush off symbolism. It's symbolic in the way that the participation itself changes the impact and nature of your propositions as you are creating them and speaking them into the world. And like that was sort of the theme, Bruce, early on, was this idea that we've lost communication and reduced it down to language and reduced language to propositions. And so now we have a bunch of problems because we have a propositional tyranny. So that, and re-enchanting the propositions with the liquor and the smoke, I think is, one very correct answer. And I've seen it, so I know it works.
I also right. Yeah, and it maybe in a more, you could argue, materialistic framing, but I think it's fair to say having a crutch, which is something to do, while you're there in a difficult or I don't know, stimulating or whatever the case might be scenario, even the introvert comes and has something to do while we're there doing the propositional language discussion stuff, right?
Well, not everybody speaks.
Exactly. Yeah, that's
but everybody
true too.
Gets something out of it, even if they don't speak.
Yeah,
and
from
that
all
I
these
think
years,
that's deeper than say a circling round table where you force everybody to talk.
Yeah, that's something of all these years I've still yet to truly understand of doing this for so long. There are people that come, that continue to come, that never talk.
Yeah.
Now there are people that come that never talk that will not be back, right?
Right.
But there are people that continue to show up, and they don't say much of anything. And I'm always fascinated by that. And I guess I'm glad they're there, and it feels weird when they're not, you know.
Mm.
But I still don't truly understand why or how they're working that out. It's interesting to me that
Yeah,
they're
well,
doing that.
it's camaraderie and it's part of the hierarchy.
Yeah,
And like, there's nothing wrong with being the person who has no place to speak. You need
yeah,
those people. Like, you need them. I mean, like
hmm
you said, you notice when they're not there. It's like,
yeah,
well, yeah, they're contributing something, you know, we'll say deeper than mere communication, even, right? With their participation that causes, I mean, this is why I don't like the circling everyone's equal nonsense, which is already a lie. I don't like it because you're de-emphasizing participation in favor of propositions, and the propositional tyranny isn't enforced.
yeah.
Why are you doing that? And then if you have somebody come around with better propositions, there's no such thing because you're in a propositional roundtable. Everyone's propositions are equal. It's like, that's not true. That's
Oh,
not
that's obviously
true.
not true.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And how are you privileging the propositions? Are you doing that forthright and upfront? Because I don't think you are. Right. I think you're being sneaky. And I don't, first of all, it's a lot of work. I don't see the need to put all that work in. And second of all, it's just not, why not just be honest and do something better? I don't understand the need to be sneaky.
Well, people, yeah, I think people are sneaky for many different reasons. There's a lack of confidence there usually, you know, that's probably what's going on. I mean, I'm not a psychologist, but that's how I could see it. Um, you know, and so
Yeah.
they make up for that with their sneaky behavior.
Irresponsibility, right?
hmm
Like, oh, we have
Yeah.
to do less work, laziness, things like that. Like, it's really hard to organize anything. And people who can organize, despite Karl Marx's protestations to the contrary, are rare.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, the irony is, of course, that if not for Engels, no one would know who Karl Marx was.
Mm.
Because Engels is the organized one with the money. Marx was the angry one with the pen. That's how that worked. And it just it it takes real effort to organize, and any sort of organization takes responsibility. So it takes effort, and it takes responsibility. And whenever you take responsibility, you're taking a hit. You're definitely taking a hit, and you're probably going to take more. And there's nothing you can do because the buck stops with you. That's what it
Yeah.
means to be responsible, is basically to put a cap on the damage that's being done and to say, no, it stops with me. I'm the responsible party. I will take the hit, irrespective of who did the damage and who should get the punishment. I will take the. This is why, like, Jacob had this discussion like last week, I think, and he was talking about, you know, in law, there's no, I forget what the stupid term is now. My brain is tired, but in law, there's no cases, you know, in a legal system where, you know, you can substitute one person's punishment for another. And I'm like, what are you talking about? That's all over everything. First of all, it's all over the Old Testament. So I don't even know where you're getting this from, right? Second of all, it happens all the time. Like, I don't, in U.S. law now today, it happens. I don't even know you're talking. People would go to debtors' prisons on, like, you could swap your prison sentence if somebody else came in your stead. What are
Sure.
you talking? Like, somebody could hang for you. This is extremely common historically. And he was like, there's no incidents of this. You can't find any documented blah. And I'm like, I can. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, this is everywhere. It's all the way from the Bible out. It's, you know, and that's why when Gerard starts talking about scapegoat, I'm like, well, yeah, like, it's not the same, but it's real close. Like, it's very similar.
Yeah.
And Jacob's acting like this is not a thing that modern societies with legal systems have ever done. And I'm like, what are you talking? What world are you living in? This is done all the time now, all the time. I mean, this is not even ridiculously uncommon. Like it happens. It's uncommon, maybe, but it happens. And in the past, it's written about all over the place. All over the place. People paying debts on behalf of other people. Like all of this stuff is valid. The whole idea of the bail system. What?
Yeah,
Like,
being trading out your sentence for slavery, or trading out your sentence for money for slavery, or something along those lines.
right.
Paying the debts. Yeah.
Picking military over prison.
Well, this is core tenet of Christianity, right, in Christ. But now, obviously, he wouldn't be in favor of that. And there is a whole world of people that downplay that legal truth of Christ, and they only speak about the victorious nature of what he did. But it's both and it's true. There's a debt that has to be paid, and the problem with that is you have to admit that you're in debt.
Right.
And if people don't want to admit that, they don't want to see that their nature's that bad. You know, mostly it's pretty good, right? Why would anyone need to pay my debt? I'm not in debt. Well, the point is, you are. You're in the debts of your fathers, and that's
right.
That's
yeah,
historical.
They don't like the sins of the fathers thing. I'm like, you guys keep talking about this book that you like so much. I haven't read it, but I'm fairly freaking sure all over that book is sins of the fathers, left, right, and center, like every other page. I don't know what you're talking about. Like that's all over the book. It's everywhere. Like
from Genesis. I mean, that's how we see Adam's sin. I mean, that, you know,
right.
But
I mean, right. Well, I mean, a lot of Protestants, not Reformed because they're awesome, but a lot of Protestants they're not down with the original sin thing. They try to find ways around it all the time.
Well, it's not just us though. There's whole groups of not just us Protestant types. It's actually pretty common among Orthodox too, to talk about Victor, not original sin. And then in the same way, they'll talk about it and call it ancestral sin and try and get out of the debt paying. Right. So for them, it's not a given. It's not an absolute fact that you are indeed in debt, but you will probably get into debt. See, that's kind of the
how
way
they do
that.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. I've heard them do that before. It's very tricky.
And
it's definitely one of
the issue with that is it really changes up that whole legal framework, as far as I could say. So.
All right. I am going to run away from this live stream for a moment, the rest of the night here, and go do other stuff. So it's good to see you, Bruce.
See you later. Have a good night.
See ya. You too. And bye, Mark, as well.
I know. Mark left me alone with the stream. What could I do with this?
Sorry about that. I had to see a man about a horse.
Understandable.
I thought you were going to get really into the Ortho Bros and their.
No, I went that I didn't want to take over the stream and be the hour of systematic theology or biblical theology. Because I feel like that wouldn't be fair.
That sucks.
Yeah, he had to go.
Oh, well. Yeah,
he did say bye.
Yeah, I heard him. I heard everything. Yeah.
Yeah. So they have the same sort of humanistic, what I would say, sentimentalism about man that I find is common among Protestants. I call it sentimentalism. You know, if you don't want to call it that, you can call it humanism. But basically, the idea that I see pervasive in feckless Protestantism, and I would say like real winsome Catholic or Orthodoxy, is to downplay or dismiss the debt owed for their sin.
Mm.
And they want to see this more of we're in a state of disarray in our fallen world, and it's almost like the world is happening to us,
Right.
sort of idea, right?
Right.
And so in that sense, like, while you or somebody may commit sin, it's not really the same as saying you are definitely going to commit sin because of your nature. It's taken a new form, and it's sort of the suppression narrative that we're born into an oppressed state, and because
Right.
of that, you will sin, which to me rings of a very what is that? There's a term for, I mean, Marxist sort of ideology, right? There's another term for this. Is it Rousseau that does that? Something along the lines of you being born into the world, thrown into the world.
Well, Heidegger does thrownness.
Heidegger, yeah. So to me,
He's the
it rings
idiot.
true to that degree. So like you're thrown into something you don't consent to, and as a result, you will sin, not
Right.
as though you yourself are responsible
Right.
for the sin being there in the very first place.
Right. And Rousseau starts that trend with the if not for society, if
Yeah.
I were in the pure state of nature, right? And it's like, no,
Yeah.
like, why is this art?
If you get that doctrine wrong, or that idea of creation, man's debt, and God's forgiveness and requirement of that debt to be paid, you're going to miss out theologically on a number of issues, which would be, commonplace among someone like Jacob in his position, right? He wouldn't admit that, I would assume.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, I mean, it's a real problem when you don't sort of understand that you're born imperfect and that already happened to you, and like then you don't have to say sin, right? But that's what it means.
Yeah.
Miss the mark. Okay, well, you were born missing the mark. Of course you, like, hello. Right. And yeah, the implications from not doing that are, well, basically you're putting yourself in the role of Jesus, right? Or you're putting yourself in the role of a victim. Because
Yep.
the world did it to you. And it's like, oh my goodness, like, this is so bad for your brain. Like, why would you do that?
Yep. Yeah.
But I think you're right. Like, the so-called philosophical, which they're definitely not, they're sophist ideas. Ideas just sort of seep in, and they infect the religion. It's like, no, religion should override all this.
Yeah, it seems as though that has happened among the people that I know in these spheres. But and even in the atheist sphere, that's the case too. So there's and a lot of it is it's probably part of meaning crisis, part of intimacy crisis, part of pleasure seeking. If there's a problem with you, then it's very difficult to get what you want without looking in the mirror first.
Right.
So that would be it. And then if also a problem with you can deny things like death, and so you kind of, death is put on the back burner. It's hidden from sight, things like that. I think all of this just stems from, in different camps, they emphasize one issue or the other, right? And that to me seems to really undercut submission and authority.
Yeah, I think that's deeply correct. There's a definite undercutting going on, where, because of the staunch individualism, people get, they get this idea that everything's this tyranny, and then they want out. And fair enough, if it was a tyranny, and you had options, you should get out. Unfortunately, you don't have options, and it's not a tyranny, but whatever. And then they try to get out. and it's like there's no out. Like I don't understand. Like, you were born into a creation. Like there's no out.
Yeah. Out of what?
Well, I was thinking about this earlier today, oddly enough, actually. It's just the utter retardedness of people who go, well, if you stare into the abyss long enough, the abyss stares back. And I'm like, what does that tell you? It tells you that the creator is staring back at you because there is no place where he is not. That's what it tells you. If you got some other message from that, then you're probably brain dead. Or, I don't know, something's wrong with you anyway. Maybe you smoked too much LDS in the 60s. I don't know. Something's drastically wrong with you, though. Like, what other conclusion can you come to? Right? And for some reason, people are coming to other conclusions or leaving it as an open-ended mystery. And I'm like, there's no mystery here. It's just to say you were born into the creation, you can't get out. There's no place where the creator is not. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, why is this hard? Everyone's making everything hard. It's really easy.
At least the thrownness people and the Rousseauians are admitting that they are thrown into creation, right? They are in there. Like you can't get out of that, right? At least they admit that. We've gotten to the point where people are in denial.
Right.
They're
That's
not even
nihilism.
admitting that.
Right.
Or
maybe you get denialism also through just trying to get out of your thrownness or something. It's like, thrownness is just the dumbest thing that anyone's ever said. Like, I'm just like, how do you listen to somebody who talks like that? I don't understand.
Yeah, I'm immediately suspicious of that kind of language.
Do you mean we were born? Is that because that's what you're saying? Like, I don't know why you need a fancy word for you were born. Like, whatever. I guess.
Yeah. I don't get that either. Like, what do we haven't added anything to the conversation here, and you've only made it more stupid.
Exactly. Well, then you've disconnected the event of your coming into being from being by saying thrownness, right? Because you're implying that you were somewhere else as you, and then you've been somehow moved against your will into whatever this is. And I'm like, this is too many ridiculousnesses for me at once. I can't process this. This is a stupid way to talk. Why would anybody talk like this ever? Also, became a Nazi. Should be a good hint. Should be a really good hint. Don't follow this guy. But no, people are like, well, Heidegger had a good point. And I'm like, on the top of his head, maybe, but not in any of his writings. Like, what are you saying? Good?
He had a point that fits. He had a good point if you're looking to get out of the situation you're in, which is
except it doesn't work. So it's not even good for that. It's a good for nothing point, maybe.
Yeah.
Or a good for being a Nazi point or something. I'm not a fan. I mean, maybe that's your thing, but I wouldn't tell anybody. I'm just saying.
Right. Yeah, that's probably not going to work out.
No. Probably not.
Did he become a hedonist type? I don't know his story.
I mean, became a Nazi. What's the difference? Like, I don't.
Yeah. Well, I can see how that would lead that way,
Yeah, Peterson and Vervaeke sort of came to this so-called revelation that it was because Nazism, appeals to the ego. And I'm like, everything that's about you appeals to the ego. Like, what are you talking about? Like, why is it? What? You guys took psychology? Are you sure? Like, the ego is the thing that all things that appeal to you. Like, I don't understand what you're saying. At some point, it just breaks down, and I can't even, right? Like, yes, the things that appeal to you appeal to your ego by definition. That's kind of how Freud defined it almost. So,
yeah, isn't that what? Yeah, is that what ego is?
Yeah, it's like making a statement like that is just silly at some point, and I don't know. Psychology is the worst corruption of thought that I can come up with in the moment. And it's ironic too, right? Because they very correctly, psychologize that whole movement.
Oh, yes.
And I'm like, do you not understand the irony here? Because they admit, like, well, look at all the psychology he's using. And I'm like, yes. No, it still hasn't clicked that psychology is bad. Like, that's what you use to murder lots of people you don't like. It hasn't. You're not making the connection. Really. This isn't the lesson you took away.
Well,
Are you sure?
well, you may have hit on their sacred cow.
Yeah. Well, of course, I mean, they're psychologists, so to them, it is their sacred cow, like, by definition.
Yeah.
Right? They took it seriously enough. I hate psychology because it's too simple. Like, human behavior is just a very simple thing. You can observe it. Most people who are really good will say at what psychologists would call a psychological, intervention are just good observers of people. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
They don't even
it's not
have
that
to
hard.
be articulate. You know what I mean? Well, I don't know that it's not hard. It's very, we talked about this earlier. Like, academics have a very hard time understanding other people. A very hard time.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I mean, there's sort of that, we call it autism now, I guess, right?
Right, but
Something like that.
I mean, it's not. Autism is also tied up in that, right? But, like, they're the people that call for empathy, but they have none. Or at least the thing they're calling for that they call empathy, they don't have, which is ironic, right? And then they're the types of people, because I had noticed this pattern before and I just forgotten because it's so dumb. They're the type of people that will say stuff like, well, no one can do that. And then when you say, well, no, I've done that, and this person and this person and this person is like, no one's allowed to do that. And then you dig in, and when they say no one's allowed to do that, they actually mean they weren't allowed to do that.
Yeah.
But because they are the world, they make these ridiculous universalist statements. And it's like, you really don't understand that there are other people that aren't you, do you? And they don't. And that's why we should keep them in the university where they belong. Like, they should remain in academia where they can do the least amount of harm.
Yeah, stay over there. The problem is, though, here's the thing. Let them remain in academia where they do a lot of harm, because people are forced into academia as though they have to do that, right?
Yeah, we went over this earlier. Yeah, they didn't have to. We should have stopped sending people there.
Yeah.
It should have remained a filter, and it didn't.
I saw an article, I think it was today, that was something along the lines of billions of dollars of debt with useless careers or no careers because of that whole system.
Yep.
And at what point are we all going to be like, oh, wow, we really screwed people here?
No one's going to own up to it, because the academics can't. All they can do is say academia is broken over and over again. And it's like,
you're in academia, people.
It is broken. It was broken before you got there, though, and you're just noticing now. That's the problem, is you're late noticing the problem.
Yeah,
now we have two problems.
Calls into question your academic credentials in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, right. They don't realize the implication. The implication is, boy, if they just wrote a degree for that person, what is your degree worth?
Right. That's exactly right. Yes.
They don't even see it, though. Like, they just like, I'm the good academic. I've got the answers. It's like, bro.
Yeah, everyone's the good one, right? Like
all the ones that are brave and speaking out. If you're brave and speaking out, then you're one of the good ones. And it's like, I don't think so.
Yeah. At a certain point today, speaking out is actually so easy to do.
Right.
How brave is that really?
Right. Well, it's easy to do anonymously or without direct consequence.
Right.
Because like, right now, Bruce, I could just insult your religion and you can't punch me in the face because we're too far away.
I know where you live. Yes, but you're right. You're right.
But
Absolutely.
that's the problem, right? And so it's too easy because there's no consequences in the immediate short term.
Well, and also you get no consequences in immediate short term, and also people don't have to make their statement in any coherent, thought out, or difficult way.
Right.
Just throw it on Twitter,
Right, and they only have the tool of language, which is the propositional tyranny, right? Because they're far apart.
Also true.
And that's it's really significant, all the little clues you miss. And you can talk about video, but this is a great example. So you're doing something else, which is great, like no shade, but like you're not watching all of my facial expressions.
No, I'm not.
Right. Even though they're available, right? Your attention's split. That's part of the technology. This is the advantage and disadvantage of technology.
Yeah, it was one of those things where Peterson nailed it on the head when he talked about this years and years ago with the idea of found time and the technological revolution we were actually in. And I don't know if he came up with that, but boy, is that perfectly put.
Yeah, it's a lever, right? And one of the things it levers is time. But that's not the thing is he puts it as a plus. And I'm like, I don't think that's a plus. Because what ends up happening is you get no time to contemplate, to ruminate, right? And to reflect. And then as a result of not having that time, your attention span gets smaller. Right.
Yeah,
and then as a result of your attention span getting smaller, you just end up in a situation where you think it's perfectly okay to be on your phone scrolling all the time. Right.
Yeah.
You're just like scrolling away, right? Like keeping your attention going over and over and over again. And you're never taking time to reflect, ruminate, and contemplate. Because there's no reason to, and there's no time to, and there's so much information. And if the Age of Gnosis is the frame, which again I think it is, that was part of the theme of the live stream here, then the most valuable thing are these propositions. And so you need more of them. Like you've got to get ahead, you've got to have the most value, or at least enough value. And so you're never contemplating, reflecting, ruminating on anything. You're just getting more and more information, like over and over and over again.
Yeah, I agree. And what is that information doing for you?
Well, that was we went over this earlier too. I was talking to Sally Joe earlier on the Discord, and I was like, even if you could train this person or teach this person this thing, what good would that do? Because they can't use that information. Even if they understood it, they can't actually use it.
It's even worse because they think they have achieved something,
right,
or accomplished something.
Right. Well, they have the value. They have the highest value, which is propositions. I gotta talk about this. Ethan, a certain little boy caught a glimpse of a monologue earlier. That's cute, Ethan. I love it. And as a consequence, Mark made it into his bedtime prayer. Oh, that's sweet. That's sweet. I miss your little boy. I'll have to get back out to the high desert here at some point. But I already did. I've done 2 Nevada trips this year, actually.
God bless you.
It's interesting out there. I can't stay out there because of the freaking low-level nosebleed.
Dry.
Because of the dryness absolutely drives me nuts. It just it totally kills me.
Yeah, I mean the desert's not for people all year. I mean, it's just not. I don't know how people are living there. I don't understand this. You're living a life of horrendous pain all day long. I don't get it. I just really don't. The desert is a place of a place you leave after a while. You don't stay there.
Ethan, mercy on Mac out of the blue. That's great. I'm glad the little boy remembers me. That was a fun trip. We'll have to get back up there at some point. See if I can manage another trip to Reno. I'm gonna go out to Pyramid Lake.
I have not been to Reno. I'm curious about that place. It's
Oh,
anything like
it's
Vegas.
interesting. It's interesting. Oh, it's nothing like Vegas.
No,
Very
okay.
interesting out there, though.
Yeah.
Vegas is Vegas, man. There's nothing like Vegas anywhere else. Now that I've been to Vegas, I can say that. Look at this. Ethan's like, please do. I'm gonna try, Ethan. We'll see. Maybe if I sell 1 billion copies of my book, coming soon, then I'll be able to manage it. Or maybe I'll get like speaking engagements and get paid lots of money.
There you go. There's a conference center somewhere with your name on it.
I gotta probably gonna wait till June because I get up to New England anyway, but there is a possibility that up in New England I could make some things happen. I have lots of contacts up there. Ethan, oh wow, it's losing its charm though. It's quickly turning into New California. Oh no, don't tell me that. That makes me sad. That's the other thing. You drive right to the lake over there, like pretty quickly from Reno. You're right on the border. Drive right into California. It takes 2 seconds. Ixnon, I look forward to buying your book when it comes out. Sorry I didn't say goodbye, Ixnon. I had to see a man about a horse. You will definitely be buying the book. I'd be curious how Ixnon likes it. That's going to be interesting. There's a number of things going on, and if you read the whole thing, but yeah, it's going to be interesting. We'll see how it lands. I got to see how the Substack lands too, because I used many of the same. It's a different set of it's a different writing style for sure, but it's a different set of tricks in essence. In the propositions, we'll say. Ironic, I'm doing all this writing and bitching about propositional tyranny at the same time, but
you said it, not me. Not this time. I didn't say it.
It's not, as long as the horse works out, it's all good. Yeah, the horse will be fine.
Well, I've got to get going, but it was nice talking to you again.
All right,
always.
Bruce. A pleasure,
Have a good
man.
night,
Good
man.
to see you. Have a good night. And there was Bruce. Talked about him earlier, and then he showed up, which was nice. Although he didn't hear my whole stream, because he never does. He's always busy. Working on his guitars. He's very musical. I didn't get to see that his guitars. I'll go out to DC. He's not too far from DC. I'll go out to DC this summer anyway. I got to see Father Eric, and I got to go visit RJ again, and we'll go do a Thursday night thing with Bruce. We'll get out there. We'll have fun. But listen, I have got to stop streaming because I'm tired and there's no one to talk to anyway. And look, think about this framework. Read the Substack. Let me know what you think on both. If there's something you want to hear more about, let me know in the comments. Maybe I'll do it. I can't guarantee anything. Or maybe I'll write about it in Substack. We'll see. But I think the important part is I'm trying to give people a nice, easy framework to put their minds at ease, ultimately. Allow them some sense making, because it's not that hard. Maybe it doesn't give you the comforting answers you think that you want or something. But you can find comfort and contentedness in it. And that should be enough. And as long as you're just reaching for like, what do I do tomorrow in my life? This sort of framing helps you because it helps you to avoid people that'll waste your time. And it helps you to avoid you wasting your own time. And it helps you to avoid bad things, right? Because you'll be able to see them better with this Age of Gnosis framing and understanding the dangers of the propositional tyranny. And the way out of the propositional tyranny is to just go and work beside somebody in silence if required. That's fine too. right? Or share a meal with them. Just eat alongside them. I promise you, these things are magic and they work. And just as Bruce and I were talking about with the cigars and the whiskey, I don't know what's going on, but I know it works. And that's the important part. All right. I will be back next week. Yeah, we got nothing going on. Next month is going to be a complete catastrophe, though. So I don't know what's going on. I think I might have a good 3 weeks off, maybe 4. We'll find out. I'm going to be traveling a lot next month. But next week, next Friday, we should be fine. I will find a suitable thing to talk about. If you've got suggestions, throw them in the comments. Think about this Age of Gnosis. Think about this propositional tyranny. If you don't get it, try to watch more of the videos on my channel. And look, everybody have a good week and a good night. And remember, the world needs you